Okay, hi, hello. Sorry I'm so late, everyone. Oh my goodness, man. Fucking... I was already late. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll get started as soon as I can. And then my body decided that it wanted to continue to work against me. To put it simply. Hi, I'm here now, though. Hello, good evening. Sorry again for the long delay, and I know I'm late off the bat. Goodness me, man. Today has been a little rough. My body has not been working with me from the start today, but well, we'll see what we can get done regardless. But welcome in, though, everyone. Good to see y'all. Welcome in. Squire, thank you for the watch streak, and welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. And Necro, welcome in as well. Hope you both doing well. All right, we're back. We're gonna be working on the BFG again some more. Yeah. So yeah. Sorry again for being so late. My body has not been working with me lately. Hopefully, I'll be doing a little better soon here, but, like, for the time being, it seems like I'm going to have to fight with myself to get myself to actually be able to do anything. But yeah, I did a little off-stream work today. I started working on the side cannons. Currently not really certain whether or not I want to stick with this design. It's kinda... not the greatest looking. I'm probably gonna work on shaping it a little better. But yeah, so I started working on the side cannon idea. And the plan is to have this side gun that kind of fires independently of the main tracking, basically. That's the plan I had in mind, at least. So this thing has it. These guns have their own AI core and their own, like, control stuff, and that's just kind of the main idea with them. Yeah. I don't know. I'm still kind of warming my brain up a little bit here. I don't think I slept too well last night, and I also overslept at the same time because I woke up about 2 hours past my alarm. Not quite happy about that. But, yeah, we'll just kind of get started from here. God, I really wish this fucking... Hold on. I feel like this symmetry wall is more visually obnoxious than it used to be. I think that's the bloom. Yeah, that's much better. There we go. Yeah, so we're gonna keep working on this. I'm gonna try to armor up these turrets here, cause yeah, that's kind of just the main idea. And then next we'll work on... I don't know. I'll figure something out. See, I don't even know if I like this design, honestly. I might... I think I'm gonna redo it. Or I'm gonna do a different design, because I have this turret, this setup saved. So, let's try something else. But yeah, I have this little setup right here. And, yeah. Here. Input selection, yeah. I think we'll do, because I tried setting up a cram cannon, didn't really like how that felt for this. So I went back with the old reliable, advanced cannon. I think I'm gonna try doing something a little different here. We're gonna do maybe a faster firing small gun, I think is what we'll do here. So yeah, let's see here. I'll start out with the coolers. There we go. There we go. We'll just kind of start out with a little base of them like this. What I'll do is we'll do this. thought that was thunder for a second. I think someone just got moved around to the house because I started hearing this rumble. I was like, what the fuck? I think it was just a bit of movement downstairs. Got really concerned for a second there. Let me think here. I think I'll do like a 100mm gun. My kind of thinking. Okay, we'll do something like this. I'll do that, I think. We'll do that. I think will be a good spot for the AP, the advanced firing piece. If I switch it around, there we go. Then we'll do this. I'll do autoloader, no, the ammo input feeders. There we go. There we go. I think my plan is what I'll do is we will do. There we go. Switch that around like that. And what we'll do is this. Gonna have like a taller kind of build for it. We'll do something like this, I think. 6, there we go. This here. If we have this, it might. What? Let's see here. If I create. Okay, I'm gonna remake a new shell here. We'll do 100mm, I think, will be a good caliber. Your clip length required for something like this is 2. We'll do just solid body, I think, like this. Little sabot in there, get that armor piercing up. We'll do 1,000 energy rail draw there, like that. Then we'll do sabot head. That's good. Alright, that'll be good. I think I like that. It's got decent enough damage, and it's got really high pierce, which is what I want from it. We'll do sabot head, unassigned intakes, there we go. And then we'll start with this. Start with something like this. Let's see here. The ammo intake limit is 150 RPM, which means we don't have enough input feeders. Oh, right, hold on. I totally forgot about these ones. There we go. Assign to all unassigned ones. There we go. That brings us up to 225 RPM on the old right there. I'm gonna increase the amount of coolers we have. There we go. Alright. Because I'm kind of thinking of the, I don't know what they're called, but the boat guns that are on, like, real-life, battleships that have, like, they got, like, the dome kind of thing. And they fire really fast. I'm thinking something like that. Something that's a little dumb looking maybe, but hopefully more than functional. And so this brings us up to 337.6. How fast of a fire is that? Sea-Wiz. Hey Mike, welcome in. Hope you had a good day. Thanks for bye. Yeah, probably Sea-Wiz, yeah. Except instead of being for like anti-munition, which I think those are, this is just anti-enemy armor, basically. Because I'm gonna have them firing really fast with super high armor pen shells. Is my plan. We'll do 2-meter start, 2-meter middle, 2-meter end. The evacuator to boost our cooling. Let's see, we'll do, put this on 2. Its turret is already on 2, there we go. It's not terrible. Let's see here. Hold on, that's... Okay, so... 337. There we go. It's not bad, but I feel like it could be better. Technically, its name is the phalanx system. I see. It'll be a little differently shaped because I'm gonna make it a little longer in the back than like the actual thing is. So we'll do that. Assign to all unassigned. There we go. Then that brings up to 450, but now the cooling limit is an issue. But the cooling limit can be solved by doing this. It's a 6-barrel 20mm Gatling cannon firing at 75 rounds a second. I see. I don't think I'm gonna be getting it that fast, but 450 RPM is not terrible for now. Oh, no, hold on. 450, there we go. I did set its fire rate, right? Yeah, 450, max fire rate. Against missiles thrown to small ships, I see. Can't see the bullets from that angle. I think we'll go ahead and make it a little wider as well. There we go. Assigned to unassigned. That brings us up to 630 RPM. Now we need to increase the amount of cooling again. 630 rounds per minute is a pretty good number. Let's real quick. Refill APS shells. There we go. I think that's better. However, there is so much recoil being put out by this thing that despite this thing being this ship being as bulky as it is actually moving the ship slightly. I also forgot to give this a mantlet. So I think it was 2 meter start, 2 meter middle, 2 meter end, or evacuator on the end, and then a muzzle brake. This is 100 millimeters. Well, it will be once I set up the gun properly, because I forgot to give it its increasers to make it actually that big. There we go. 100, there we go, because the shell is designed for 100 millimeter. Oh, its fire rate went way down because of that. That makes sense. Never mind, it was only a 60 millimeter for a second there. The dim destroyers. Yeah, no, it was only 60 millimeters there. Now it's 100. And now its fire rate's 316, which is not nearly as fast as I want it to be. But I don't really think I can make a 100 millimeter fire much faster without making it look stupid as hell, which it's already stupid. Go, and I'll do this, I think, because this will be where I can set up rail chargers. So we'll set up something like this, I think. So now I can set up rail chargers in here. I can do this, actually. Set up rail chargers on the side and throughout there. I mean, given that most 100mm cannons fire at a rate between 60 and 90 rounds a minute, I think I'm fine. Nah, it needs to be faster. Go, this will be a recoil absorption. Okay, we have plenty now, but I want to get a little more recoil absorption, so there we go. 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 Now I gotta give it the railgun parts on the firing piece. Then the magnet. There we go. There we go. So this is... we gotta do... well, first off, I gotta realize that I'm a fucking idiot here, right? Because I did all that and then blocked the fucking access to them, so... genius move there. Assigned to all unassigned. This is now a... I deleted the gauge increasers, I'm fucking stupid. There we go, it is now a... that's so much slower. I don't know, do I want super high fire rate, or do I want super... or do I want high fire rate, bigger shell? Oh. I think I'll do this. I think I'll do... one more... row of these. .432 rounds a minute on a 100mm cannon. Okay, so this will be 2,000 energy draw. 50% of that goes to accuracy buff. You know, I think I'm happy with that. But what's it like if I do wait, hold on. What if I do... what if I do this? It's an 89mm gun now. Or it's firing 89mm. 506 rounds a minute. No, that's barely an increase, never mind. $10.20. What caliber is this? 54mm. Hmm. What if I do 4 barrels? 72mm. Well, that's still the same fire rate. 687, how fast is that? At 72mm caliber. I think that's good. Let's see, we don't have nearly enough recoil absorption. I think we just stick to single barrel. 432. Like, that's pretty fast, and it's firing 100mm caliber fucking rounds. Rail use, we need a lot more charge than this, and also a lot more, recoil absorption. Go, let's see here, so that is... Okay, we're charging fast enough, now we need to... Wait, what? There we go. Now it's charging fast enough, now we just gotta put in enough recoil absorption to deal with the recoil that we're making with this. And wouldn't you know it, it's suddenly back to being good. I think that's good enough, right? Like, it has very little inaccuracy. It's 100mm firing at 432 rounds a minute. Let's see here. It's got nearly the max kind of reasonable amount of penetration. It's got decent enough damage. It's gonna pen through stuff really well because it is a shell flying at 1500 meters a second. Plus, with this, it can also potentially fire at targets in the front of the ship, not just to the side, which is a bonus. Real quick, though. What if I do this here, right? And then what I do is... I do another layer of these. Because I'm not satisfied yet. This ship was born to be over the top. It's going to be fucking over the top. Nothing will stop me from making this thing stupid as hell. I will not be limited to such paltry fire rates. I don't know why, I keep almost forgetting to put the mantlets on. I don't know why I keep doing that. Go. Alright, then we'll do a restart, to middle, end, an evacuator, and a muzzle brake. With a 100, there we go. Two, three, four. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So yeah, it's gonna look a little stupid. It's gonna be easy to hit because it's this tall. However, I don't really care. Go. Will this still be enough? Let's see here. So that is 29,000 recoil absorption per second. We can now fire at 564 rounds a minute. Once I increase our cooling capacity to that. There we go. 182 rounds per minute cooling, nice. Alright, so let me real quick. Yes, 564. 564, there we go. So now we need... Alright, I gotta reset that. 50% there. There we go. We still have... Okay, no, we're out of... We're no longer generating enough power for the rails, but that should be easy as just putting down 1 or 2 more of these lines. Here, rail use, 2 generation is good. Go. Highly accurate. Very accurate shell. I just gotta set the thing to fire on 2 again. Nice. That is firing almost 10 rounds a second. Almost 10 rounds a second of 100mm full AP. I think I'm happy with that. We'll do that. Wireless receiver. You will be on channel 3. Same with your little doohickey down here. Yep, that's already on channel 3.
Bang.
I see. Welcome in, Echo. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for swinging by. Thank you for the 275-day watch streak. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for all your support. Hello. There we go. I can now see. Tears, yeah. Let's see here. What happens to something, say, like the Penandrum? God, look at it just chew through something as light as this, man. That's awesome. You can see the bullets going through it. Did I save you on... Yes, I did save you on combat distance 0. Whoops, hold on. Look at that fucking... Look at that! I'm gonna set it to 560. That way we can just guarantee we always have full fire rate, because sometimes it looks like it is running out of shells. Oh man, you know, sometimes I forget about this missile setup I have, and then I turn the guns back on, and then I just remember that I just have that on this fucking thing, and life becomes so much better. Now, let me really quick, what if I spawn Nandrum there, Minorca there? I'll have to do some fine-tuning, but I want to make it so that the guns can focus on 2 different enemies at the same time. Ooh, okay, there is not a failsafe in this. Did I forget to install one of those? Be attached to any local weapon controller. Best visibility. Okay, yeah. Let's see, we'll do 2 like that, 3 like that, and bam, like that. There we go. I can only imagine the amount of pain that this would induce in an experienced from the depths player by seeing this fucking abomination of a gun. But also, like, I kind of enjoy making people making people cry when they see my builds. It's come to be something I look forward to whenever I build something in this game. I want people to look at what I build and wonder why the fuck I'm allowed to play this game, you know? Like, it brings me life, man. Go. Go, and then I'll do bam, 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 bam. Then I think I need to do a 4? No, a 3? Yeah, then a 4. There we go. Then I gotta do, let's see here, like this. There we go, something like that. That'll do. We can do... this. Like that. Like this. Like that. There we go. And then I just gotta do the same thing over here. There we go. And I gotta do the 3? No. 4 something? 4 corner? No. No. One of these things. 3, 4. There we go. That works. And 3, there we go. Go. I forget how to armor the bottom of that in a little bit. Let's see, real quick, I'm just gonna put in a surge protector like here, and then we'll do some more armor. I gotta turn symmetry mode back on. And bam. 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 Okay, it's like that on the other side too, but that 2's there then. There we go. Turn symmetry mode back on. This thing's gonna be so box shaped, it's gonna cause me so much pain to look at, but I, at this point, can't really be made to give a shit. I mean, how's it look from the outside at least? So far, pretty shit. Not gonna lie. But it's okay, I don't, y'all know me, I don't really give two fucks about how it looks. My focus is on, do it function? And if the answer is yes, then I simply don't care too much about the cries of those who care about the aesthetics. And you can beg me all you want to make it look nice. I simply will not. Go. Yeah, all it will take is, like, just one slightly high penetration shot to hit it, to set this thing nuclear, but, like... That's a worry for another time, you know? Like, I could be smart and just design these to be, like... Seaways? Or some sort of anti-munition that's a lot smaller, more compact, and just fires faster. But I'm gonna do that down here. Like here or something. These missiles bring me joy. How do I want to do this? Let's see here. Let's do... something like this, I think. Do... not quite. Not quite either that. Not this either. I'm not sure what kind of fucking weird-ass shape goes here. Oh, this. Nope, never mind. Almost, but not quite. I fear I've just made another impossible shape. I think that's exactly what I've done. And I hate that it's so easy to do this. Like, fuck do I even do, you know? Here, offset. 2-4. Position. Done. No, not quite. Would it be a 3-meter offset? No. I don't fucking know what to do here. This shape just doesn't seem possible to make. And that pisses me off to no end. I hate when games have shit like this where it's like, you just can't fucking do anything to fill in a certain spot. Or at least it doesn't feel like you can. I hate that shit so much. It just really just fucking demoralizes me because it's like, well, here's this thing I tried making, can't do it though. Hmm. Inverted 2 here will probably be the only option I have. Except not really. Hmm. Like, some shapes just don't seem like they're a possible fucking corner, and I hate it so goddamn much. Like, it drives me fucking mad because it's like I can't do anything. Like I just lose the game of building. 3-2. Like yeah, this shape right here where it's like you have two of these on a corner. It's like there's nothing you can do to fill these in. That annoys me to no end. That there's just not a shape for this. Like Space Engineers has the same issue. Like don't get me wrong, this is not just a issue this game has. Space Engineers has the same goddamn issue, and it maddens me to no end. It's like all you really need is just like there's a shape that you can make that would fit there, and I just don't understand. There must be some sort of like fundamental issue with coding or something, with how the geometry works in the game that makes it, because like they both don't have this one block. Actually, no, I think Space Engineers does have this block. Huh. Hmm. How do I do the decoration thing? Because I think the only thing I can do at this point is just put in a kind of like placeholder block there. That maybe is not really visible to a certain, like, some specific angle. I just don't think there's any sort of something like that. The issue... Yeah, I can do like this. Or something. And then I can fill in the gap with some... I don't fucking know, man. I hate this shit so much. And I never can remember how I do this, because I don't think this is possible to do. Ugh. Maybe this. Nope. Inverted kinda here, but that just completely ruins the entire fucking aesthetic. So there's no winning this. I guess this is the best I can do? Not even, because that doesn't actually match anything either. Because, like, so... I hate building. It's like a fucking puzzle, and I hate it. Puzzles are my least favorite thing in any game, and this shit is just a fucking puzzle. And I hate it so much. Do I mind that? Like, it's already a brick. Like, there's nothing I can do to fucking salvage that, but, like, I guess that's good enough. Alright. I think I can do... I guess I just can't do a... fucking slope on the front. I guess this is not an option. Maybe. I don't know. I am already out of patience for trying to fucking deal with this puzzle bullshit. I don't care for puzzles. I don't like puzzles. They annoy the fuck out of me. So I need to do a 2 here. Then a 1, 2 like this. No, a 3. Go 3, 2. Like this. Then 2's here. Then a 1, 2, I think. Like that. And a 3 in the middle. Do that. I guess this will maybe do. I mean, how's this look from the front? Fucking hideous, I know, but like, whatever. Where is the rangefinder's eye? It's through these ones, I think. Yeah. Vents, or decorations, porthole. Do that, and then we do... let's do a glass block there of that shape. I think that was a... 3 to 1? Yeah, 3 to 1, there we go. That'll do, I guess. No, I guess. I can't be fucked. Can't be fucked to give a crap. I don't care. I simply do not care. I am out of fucks to give. I think this back here, we're just gonna do normal metal because it's like... in the back and it's safe back here. So we don't need to worry about protection on this side as much, hopefully. We'll do 4s. That, then it's 3s down the middle. Looks like a stupid house. Yeah, no, this... I'm gonna ask Roar if he can give me a fucking teaching or building, like, lesson someday. Just ask him to teach me how to build in this fucking game, man. I don't know how to do this shit. That slope there. Go. Go. See here, so this would be a 4-to-1? No, this is a... Is it 3 offset? Oh, it's offsets, yeah. 2 offset, 1 offset. And then... Huh. Oh, sweet fucking god, they do that. I forgot. Would be a 4-to-3 slope? And a 3-to-2? No. Okay, it's not perfect, but it's way better. And then a 2-to-1. There we go. Our stupid ass house box. What did you just... What are we deleting here? Oh, right, hold on. There we go. There we go. There we go, and then a 2 plate. No, 1 plate. There we go. No, a 2 plate. There we go. There we go. That'll have to do, I guess. And then we'll do... I guess a 2-corner we can do this. 2 back to corner. And then we'll do... Yes, I guess we can do. Then we do, what's it, offsets? No, 3-to-2. There. Okay, yeah, no, I know what to do. 3-to-2, 2-to-1. Or... Hmm. 3-to-2, right? Kinda, not quite. Does it like be an offset? A 3 offset, maybe? No, it's not got quite the right shape. Oh, wait. No, because that doesn't work. Hmm. We'll do a 3-to-2, I think. There we go, we'll do something like that. And then we can do... that. We'll do this. Doesn't look perfect, but it works. We basically have some stupid-ass old cartoon house on our boat here. But you know what? Whatever. At this point, it's the best it's gonna get. So that's what we're gonna be stuck with. There we go. Now I gotta go in, because this needs to go to... channel 2, and then same for this one down here. Wireless transmitter. There we go. Channel 2, there we go. And then this just needs to go to... No, I'll stay on 2 actually, because this way I can either control both at the same time here. Yeah, these do look stupid as hell. I should probably try to lower them down into the ship slightly more. I'll probably do that. That way they don't look as dumb. Maybe, I don't know. I might also just get rid of them, because I fucking hate how they look. They're way too tall, it's so fucking hideous. I have them saved, I can do something else with them. I can bring them back if I need to. Put that much time to something just to fucking not do it. I'm gonna bring it back real quick just because... What I'll do this time is, instead of this, I'll just... delete everything directly connected to the center bit. And then everything else that I don't want here anymore will fall off, and I will have my little foundation of self-hatred. Game, what the fuck? Thank you. Okay, Hmm. So objects mode. Save the one I'm currently building on. Gun platform. There we go. Because what I'm gonna do, I think, is we're gonna go in. And I'm gonna go ahead and remove that so I can rotate it. So here. That's fine. There we go. We'll start. We'll do this. Actually, what I'll do is... I don't know. Yep. I'm just gonna keep that in mind, but what I'll do next is I will work on these guns instead. That's what I'll do. That way we can have some actual progress instead of something I'm not sure about. So, plans for this one. I'm gonna do a 300mm gun, I think. That's gonna be our goal here. So we'll start out with a base of coolers. And then what I'll do is I'll kind of like stagger them out like this, because this will be where I can put in some railgun chargers, because these are going to have railguns to them, I think. Go. I'll have these ones on too. Go. Okay. Bam. Bam. Bam, 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 bam. Go. We'll do this. There we go. So we'll have a good base of cooling. As nearly 360 degrees of rotation. So we'll start out by immediately laying in. I'm not gonna do too many. I only want to use a small amount of rail stuff just to give it a little more oomph to it. So we'll just start out with this just so I don't forget about this idea, because I have done that before. Let's see, we'll do... Well, first off, I need to set up where the firing piece is going to be. So I will not be leaving this as this. So first things first. Gonna be doing a 3x3 area for the guns. Alright. Actually, we're gonna be doing more than a 3x3. It's right here, should be the middle one. Let me just double check. Nope, this is the middle one here. So I'm gonna real quick, we're gonna build up off of this one. I'll just do this. There we go. We'll carve out this much, like so. Go, so we'll do this. Do this. Go, and then we'll do that. What I'm gonna do now is prefab mode. Go. There we go. Have a nice large neck to the turret here. Go. That'll do. Advanced firing piece. We'll do that. The advanced firing piece will go here. If I place it correctly, there we go. Railgun parts, there we go. Mantlet, we're gonna do elevation mantlet. Placed like that. 60 millimeter. Okay, let's figure out our gauge now. How many of these do we need for 300? So for a fifth one. Okay. 5 total. Okay. APS, we'll be doing a 300 millimeter gun. Firing piece and mantlet replaced with the. I think that's just because it's on. Mantlet, elevation mantlet there. No shuttles load. Okay, there we go. Nice, got it. And now we do our normal kind of setup here. We'll do a connector, protection components, rangefinder, wireless receiver. There we go. Good. We'll do advanced cannons, barrels for start, for middle, for end. 12-meter main barrel with an evacuator for assisting in cooling, and a brake. Nice, okay. You are on 2. Okay, there we go. Good elevation, it can hit pretty high targets. There we go. We cleared a nice large area around this thing so we can build a pretty secure turret. So I'm going to clear out a decent amount of stuff around this so I can make the turret strong as fucking possible. There we go. And then I can work on reconfiguring the armor around it to make it a little safer. Okay. Oh, well, yeah, I need to... There we go. 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 My goal will be to have it firing around a second. 60 RPM. I don't think I like the magnet spinning on these ones. I think on the rotating barrel ones it looks a little better. Yeah, and then the next thing I need to do after I finish the guns is reconfiguring the thruster systems so that they can actually work. Let's see, I'm gonna do... Let's see. Yeah, we'll do 5s. Go. Let's see here. How does this... Because that's a decent amount of these. Hmm. How's this do? Let's see here. And not having a lot of height definitely does make this a little less ideal. But if I need to, what I can do is I can bump up the top here and make it a little taller so that we can have a little more space in here to work, but we'll see. This will be 300 millimeter. Go, so we'll do 300. There we go. Bang. Ah. Welcome in, Asher. Hope you're doing good. Thanks. Goodbye. Hello. So let's set it to, it'll be 5,000 draw, right? Or actually, no, let's do 4,000 draw because I'll have it a 5,000 draw on the rails, but it'll be 20% for accuracy. Keep people alive. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're alive. Here. Go 14 components. Here, 14 of these. Probably not gonna do APHE. I might try to do a heavy kind of like kinetic damage shell, less pen. No, hold on. Let's do... $300 millimeter. Go. Let's see. I don't know how many of those. Okay, so let's take a look here. Edit for the 300 millimeter. I'll do 25,000 for that. There we go. That's good. What if I do an armor piercing head? Okay, armor pierce value goes down a pretty substantial amount. Add 1 sabo, 2 sabo, 3 sabo. If I do 30,000, that's maxed out here. That's not terrible armor piercing. Is 68. I think the highest is like 80 or something, or is it 70? Is it 70 or 80? I think it's 75, was it? Oh no, it's pretty high. It's got great kinetic damage, so I think that's good. I think that's good, so we'll do... Yeah, we'll do that. Assign to unassigned. There we go. We have a 41 RPM, so that's a good start. That's a pretty good start. Railgun, let's see. Max energy per shot, 30,000. I'll do 35,000. 7. 1-7. If I just do 40,000 and then I do 40,000 and then I do 25%. Go. Really fast shell with an accuracy going down pretty well. Okay, so that'll be good. Rail draw stats. That maxes out there on this. I think that's because we don't have enough. Here, what about railgun casing? 2 railgun casing. 3 railgun casing. 4 railgun casing. 5. Now we can get our 40,000. Our armor piercing value has actually gone up a lot. Yeah, let's keep that Sabo there. Actually, our full damage just went up because now the shell is actually flying even faster, so we'll do 40,000. So this is going to be flying at 30,000. There we go, is how fast it's flying. What if I go higher up? I'll get it 40,000. So if I do 50,000 and then do 20%, I'll take 10,000 and then we'll have, yeah, so we'll do 50,000 at 20%, be 40,000 energy. Go. That'll do. That. 2, 3, 2, 3. There we go. We have, how's our rail charge? We use 20,000. We are charging 14,000. Okay. Go. Now we're doing 16,000. We have a lot more space up here. 18,800 compared to 20,000. Okay. Now, what if I prefab mode here? Go. Go, and then I can do railgun chargers. Here, 20,000. Okay, so doing this will do. There we go. Alright, that's good, that's good. Except for the fact that we don't even have the 60 RPM that I want yet. So we're gonna need even more of this. So we'll just do this. Go. That. Go. I can do these pretty far back, so that's fine. 31,000. Okay, so that's good. Next up, I need to do more of these. So. I think those are technically connected. I'm not certain, but I think they are. Let's see real quick. Still rotate. It has pretty decent rotation amount there. It can still rotate pretty far to the sides. So that's good. Now we just need to go back into sandwich mode and slap down a bunch of these autoloaders. And then once we figure out, or once we apply these 300mm assigned to all and assigned to intakes, that brings us up to 60.1. Nice. Perfect. Almost could not be any better. You love to see that. Let's see, recoil is 31,000 though. Rail use is still good, so that's good. We'll do 3s here. 22s there. And then we need to do 5, 6. Go. think this will be a 5 here? No, a 4. I'll do a 3 to be safe, because last time I did one of those where it kind of fucked things up a little bit. We'll do a 4 here. Actually, no, we can do a 5 here, because this won't actually hit anything. There we go, and then we do an 8 there. We can do a 6 here, I think. Yep, that'll do. Slightly more limited, but still good. How's our recoil absorption? Our recoil absorption is half what we need it to be. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. How do I improve this? I have an idea. And evacuator brake. There we go. Wait, hold on. Okay, that doesn't affect that. Okay. Just want to make sure. Now what we'll do is there we go. Because this is gonna end up having to be a longer thing. What I'll do is we'll do this. So, except not like that, because that blocks the fucking camera, you doofus. Like this. Actually, no, we'll just do longer. Like this. That'll do. I can do. I need 2 more. There we go. This will be a 7? No, 6. There we go. Go. That's still nowhere near the recoil we need to absorb. Oh god. Oh boy. What I can do actually as well is 5-way cooler here. Eight more 8s like this. There we go. We're up to 28,000. 9,000, almost there. Need to find a way to sneak in on the 02s here. 2s there. 2s there. 31,967, 31,595. Okay, we're almost there. Just need more. There we go. We can do this. Nice. There we go. Gonna be a hell of a turret, but let's see. So this shell flies out at 1,874 meters a second. It's a bit inaccurate, but it's more accurate than the old guns on the Mark II. I think that's fine. Let's see. Let me just make sure the shell stuff matches up. They don't, so somewhere in here there is an issue. So the shell in the gun itself is saying it's going at 1,874 meters a second. The shell in the other thing says 2,000 some, so something's wrong. Be 10,000, right? Let's just max this out. That didn't do anything. 50,000. So that does imply that the shells aren't going to be hitting as hard as what I have them set up for in here. Which I don't understand where the issue is. I'm confused. Maybe I need to refill shells. Okay, it was just older shells that weren't as good. Okay. Oh, we don't charge fast enough again, right. Fortunately that again shouldn't be too big of an issue because we should be able to just do that. Oh, that's gonna take a lot more. I thought it would. Go, let's see here, 38, 400 to 42, 457. That's gonna be a lot. I need to increase this by still. Oh god. Where do I fit in more charging? On the bottom maybe? Yeah, sure. That there. Can't do it there because I've already used that spot for other things. Let's see, we have 43, 200. Okay, there we go. We actually have enough. And let's see, the accuracy of this shell is, the accuracy is pretty solid. That's good. I'm gonna turn off the ship's gun systems really quickly. I want to go ahead and test against the old Hobgob. I do not remember giving you permission to arc that much, or to pitch that much. Max pitch to target, 0. Or no, 5. Let's do 5? Let's do 5 degrees. Kind of similar to what I have the old up doing. Let's do... That is some pretty solid armor pen. Some pretty solid pen right there. Yeah, that's a pretty solid gun right there. Yeah, on its own, it just knocked out the Hobgoblin pretty fucking fast. That's not bad. That is pretty solid. That's pretty fucking good. I'm not too upset about that. That's fucking nice. I like that. I am quite pleased with that, with the results of that. Alright, and what I'm gonna do next is we're going to turn the weapon systems on for this. I'm going to go ahead, save sub-objects, save what I'm on, 300mm BFG gun. Go. I can't see a goddamn thing. There we go. There we go. So that should be both of these placed down properly. Alright. I'm gonna actually turn the guns off. I'm gonna spawn another of the old hobgob. I want to test out both of these guns shooting at the same time. Just laying into it. That is promising, honestly. Unable to fire due to failsafe. Okay. Hobgoblin? Hobgoblin? I don't think I killed you that easily. Are you dead? Hobgob? I guess I got it. Okay, cool. That's ridiculous. Oh god, I forgot I still had that on my thing. I'll do this. Just gonna give it a little extra recoil absorption. I know that helps with accuracy a little bit. At least it should. Do we have any of the railgun energy set to this? No, I don't. Let's see. So the railgun is currently firing at 7 second. Let's do 5% of that to accuracy buff. Okay, that's very lightly lowered the speed. Let's do 3%. 1%. Sure, 1% to accuracy buff might help. Alright, now let's do this. Do a test against a hobgoblin with all weapons enabled. How about that? That sounds like a fun idea. That is some damage. Alright, that is, especially when it stops bouncing as much. That is damage. I do need to put a time thingy on here. The laser targeter? I believe it is. I don't remember who it is, but someone in chat was the one who helped me set these up, and I don't remember. Was it the platform? I think it was the platform gun that had the other fuse. So let me go check this thing and see what its stats are. Go, let's lower it down a little bit so it stops having an aneurysm. I see. So the steam on the bottom of the turbines is from green to red, depending on how the engines are faring. Okay, so it's somewhere in here. Why are you like this? Whatever. You're in God mode, you won't blow up anymore. It's somewhere... Here it is. Laser targeter was 0.01 seconds offset. And the fuse was 15 seconds like default. Okay. So let's go over to this. Make sure. So let's see here. This will give it basically the ability to airburst the shells in case it doesn't, in case it misses a direct hit. So yep, that's good. 0.01. There we go. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. There we go, that's good. Okay. So real quick, just go in here. Bottom, figure out what the turret is, there we go. Okay, I'll just do this. I'll do that, and then I can figure out the symmetry shit later. I can make sure it's even later. Yep. Alright, what next? What next? First I turn my lights on because it's dark. Getting dark at least. Let me see here. What's next? So we got the fuse set up properly, hopefully. Turn off the guns. Spawn the old hobgob. I'm gonna lower time speed a lot. Here we go. It did detonate on the inside. Here comes our shell. It's probably going to miss. Let's see. Alright, it works. Nice. I remembered how to do it. Hell yeah. And by that I mean I literally just basically checked my notes. I love this railgun though, man. Like, I'm so happy with it. It just has so much firepower. It's so fucking stupid. I love it. Like, I can literally see it push the hobgoblin when it impacts. Okay, but yeah, no, I fucking love it. It's so dumb. Alrighty. I guess next up we just work on armoring the turrets. Except I don't like doing that, because I think that's incredibly I don't like doing it. I think it's not fun for me. It's not fun for me, so I'm not gonna do that. Instead, we're going to work on engine bays, because I think that's a lot more fun. Go. 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 Yeah, I'm gonna undo just all the upward thrusters here. Or just all the thrusters basically, except for the forward ones. The forward ones are fine. to stay. It's just the rest of the thrusters I'm going to rework because they look stupid as fuck the way I have them placed right now, and I don't like that. So we're going to go ahead and, oops, replace them. I'm going to build a whole new setup for them. Knock off an entire section. Yep, there we go. There we go. I'm gonna set up whole like actual like stuff for these. Because once I get rid of these, I have another idea for something I want to add into the ship's design. There's an idea I had that kind of was like, that came with the vision I had when I first envisioned this thing within my corrupted mind of madness. In this maddened mind of mine, I saw a beautiful vision, I must say, of something I really wanted to fucking do. Get rid of those, get rid of these. Go. Is gonna drastically drop the prices of the price of the ship for the time being. However, it will not stay that way. For my solution, will probably cause it to be more expensive. Go. There we go. Get rid of all those. There we go. Now just a few more in the back. I'm gonna leave the ion thrusters because they don't really need to move. They're fine the way they are. There's no issue with those. Oops. Go. Alright, we have chopped off all of the unwanted thrusters. Now it is once again just a brick. Now I gotta design this. And that's gonna be the hard part. It's here. See, I'll start with here. I'll go from here to here, I think. Do that. There we go. Nope, not quite. 3. I'll do that to start it, and then I'll do the same thing over here where we'll do 4, 3, 4. There we go. And then I'll first start out by making kind of like the basic area of this, which will be sort of like bam, sort of like that. And we'll do one last one like this. Do 4, 4, 2, be right back. Alright, sounds like I'm getting food in just a little bit here, but first, we will continue working on this. I'll do... Let's see, I'll start with this. Nope, like this. Then we'll do... 3. Like so. And then we'll do 4s for a while. See, this is gonna be kind of like the engine kind of thingy that some sci-fi movies do with like flying air base kind of things. It's that kind of idea. That kind of design I have in mind. I'm gonna be doing something like that. I think those look really cool. That is the plan. There we go. There we go. Three, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then I'll kind of do the same sort of style back here, where we'll, oh, pardon me, sorry, start out with this, 3, 3, and 2s like this, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then 4s. We'll do bam, 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 bam. One more. Do a 3-beam. Like so. And then a 3-beam. Like so. Ah, shit. A 2 there, then. That'll be fine. Not sure I need this big of one, gonna be honest. I think I've gone a little overkill. However, yeah, I've definitely gone overkill. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get food, and then maybe an idea will come to mind here. Be right up. Alright, I'm back. I am back. And you know what I think I could do here? I made it long enough, or... Did I make it too long? Oh, no, I think I made it a good size, because what I can do is, I'll do on the outermost, or... I think on the innermost parts of it, I will do... up and down thrusters. And then the outer sides, I will do, like, the yaw thrusters. Yeah. I'll just make what I think I need, and then once I'm done, I'll, go start right here. We'll do this. Now, prefab mode, complete. What did I just do? I have no idea what I just did. There we go. Width, there we go. I'll just do this. And then I'll do... one, and then I'll do bam, bam, there we go. Just realized this is gonna be a little... Why am I doing this like this when I can just... Hang on, I'm being really fucking stupid here. Why don't I just finish one engine and then I use it everywhere else like that? Gosh, I'm so silly sometimes. I'm like, let me be smart. Like, I'm smart in the wrong order. I think that's the best way I can put it. Sometimes I'm smart out of order. Like, I'll have a good idea, but I won't do it at the right time. Thus, there we go. What I'll do is extra compressors, 2, 3. 3. And that's good. And then now, prefab mode, what I'll do is delete. Bam, like that. Keep on keyboard mode. Go down 1. A little too tall. There we go. Capture. And now, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go. One, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. I'll just do 1, 2, 3. That. Then I'll go back to 1, 2. I forgot to include the other parts. Hold on. One, 2. Wait. No. Get. No. Fucking. Did. Go. Prefab mode. Go. And bam. Okay, I thought for a second that I forgot to turn signature mode on. I was like, I was about to cry. Okay. Right. Game's stupid and doesn't know how to automatically control these, so I'm gonna have to go through and, manually set these up myself. Okay. Do this on these outer bits too. Just so we can have a little extra control, hopefully. Okay. This is most certainly going to be overkill. However, I forgot to grab something with my dinner. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Alrighty, let's get to work on this. Better back to work on this. Let's see, I gotta give this, go from here, maybe? Do this. Yeah, we'll just do this, I think. Is a good way to go about it. There we go. And, whoop. Wrong thing. Air, ducts, heavy armor 3x3. Do this. There we go. Whoops. Okay, I gotta reconnect all these first before I do that last one. 2, 3, there we go. Here we go. There we go. Go. Alright, alright. Okay. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. Let me think here. I could probably use. Let's see. So these are all full clearance, which is good. Right, hold on. I gotta turn the movement back on so that it knows it's allowed to move. Right. Okay, we have a little more airtime now. I just need to make something on the front for the same kind of effect. Pitch down, no. There we go. I might turn off manual or automatic control for all of these. I might do that. I'm gonna do that because I just don't trust it. Pitch down and hover. Go paste, paste, paste. There we go. Probably an easier way to do this, but they're not all connected, so it doesn't really matter. That definitely is starting to work already. All right. I think I gotta reheat my food. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. Go. Put the neighbors, because I think those are, yep, those are in contact. There we go. That'll do. Okay, so next up, these are not pitch downs in the fucking slightest. Okay. This will be strafe. Right 50, y'all left 50. I think this is how you're supposed to do it. I don't think it's supposed to be two things with one each, but whatever. I don't really care. Go. Alright. Strafe left. Yaw right. Go. Copy. Paste. 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 There we go. There we go. That certainly looks like it's working a lot better. Right. What I'll do now is I will see how big of a prefab I can. Go. I think I have enough space to grab all of this. So that goes up there, that goes all the way there. That's good. Go capture, there we go. I'm gonna probably have to move that a little bit. I'm probably gonna have to make a custom little like chamber for these up here. Let's take a look here and see how this does. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to, do something different. I'm not sure what, but I'll have to do something different. Okay, so this now needs more fuel. Okay. Well, fortunately, I have a perfectly large area right here. I can store tons of fuel in. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and add just a little more here. I know it's not a good idea to have it directly against the AI core, but at this point, like, if something breaks through and hits the AI core, like, we're fucked anyways. There we go. And it's nice and set up now. Up the water real quick. That there. Alrighty. Let's see here. I think the way I'm gonna do this instead of the full prefab. I don't know. What I'll do is I'll do this. I'm gonna just go ahead and reset the size. I know I need to make this 9 tall. There we go. Go. Nine tall. There we go. And 6 wide. Capture prefab. Go. Yeah, I'll finish that later once I'm able to reheat it. There we go. And we'll do, let's see here. Where do I want to put it? Right about here, I think. And then we'll do... attach these. Put them here. And we'll put them here. That'll do. And then I'm just gonna go through and look at these ones that are not fully constructed. I don't know how the hell these are working. But I'm gonna get rid of them because I don't think they are really properly working. It was still functioning with no space for intake, just a vastly reduced thrust. Gotcha. Welcome in, GS Nair. Oh god, I feel like there's some sort of specific way your name's supposed to be said. GS Nairb. Nairb sounds wrong. NRB. Is that it? Are we find that one works? Unfortunately, due to stream delay, I said about 5 different things. I might need you to narrow that down for me just a little bit. But welcome in, though. Thanks for swinging by. Treat, take your pick. How about air? I think air's easy enough. I don't think there's been any other airs in the community, so it'll be pretty obvious. But yeah, welcome in. Yeah, we're working on what is a colossal waste of resources, but I wanted to make it. Okay, good to know that they can work like that. I don't think I'll use them simply like that simply for the fact that they have the reduced thrust, but that is definitely good to know. Yeah, it has been pretty fun so far. I can't really fly just yet, mainly because I think these are set on the wrong setting. Yeah, I think I fucked up slightly. Let's see here. And then these ones got caught up in that. Just the tip, if you're wanting to use thrusters like that, you can look at the controller exhaust, see how much thrust it's being reduced by. Gotcha. Paste, spread neighbors, and then these ones need to be set to strafe. This will be strafe left, 5.5. Y'all left. Yeah, because it's pushing left. Yeah. Copy. Paste. There we go. Paste, paste, paste. There we go. Love the fish cam. Awesome. Love to hear it. Love these little dudes. They're getting a new tank soonish. Right? Getting a new tank because some of you are being little fucking jerks. Yeah, like that. Stop that. They've been getting really territorial recently. I think the water rising slightly in temperature with it being summer makes them a little more feisty. So, I'm going to be setting up their new tank, hopefully soon. Because, yeah, they've been fighting a little more than what I think is healthy for them. Because they're used to... They're very hardy fish, but, it's a little too much these days. So they're getting a new home soon. Hungry fellas. Alrighty. Can I set these up right? Well, actually, this will be strafe right, yellow right, copy, paste, there we go. Why is there any down? Why is there down in that? Stop that. No, you do not go down, you go side. Alright, let's see here. Okay, we're almost there. We're getting there. It's trying its best. It's doing its best. I think what I'll do is I'll go into prefab mode. We'll reset this. Oh, we are going overboard. What is happening? Why are we falling to the side? Because of that? Might be because of that. Had a little fuck up in there. Okay, what if I let you go on your own again? Things are still not quite right. Why? Why are you tilting like that? What happened? Is it because of these? It's probably because of these, because yeah, that's fucked up. Probably, definitely because of those. Why? Probably because I can't have these on full ones like that. Oh. That's why. I had them on the wrong pitch. There in the front, they pitch up. Basic physics. I wish I was good at them. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's fix that. Wait, did I already fix? No, I didn't. Alright, let's see how you fly now. You still immediately start tilting, which implies to me that somewhere I fucked something up. Why are these not firing? What is happening? Probably these again. Pitch down. That. Does that work? Okay, yeah, those are good. This one is pitch up 0.5, hover down 0.5. There we go. Oh, those didn't have like anything to begin with, so that's probably. Those are purely pitched down, which isn't even correct. Copy. There we go. Paste. 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 Go. I'll do the same thing to these ones. Because I know there was another trick to, like, just kind of look at them and copy-paste, but for some reason I can't figure out how to do that again. So, we do this the hard way. There we go. Okay, so, let's hear. 0.5, 0.5, copy. Paste. Okay. We're using a PID to hold altitude. Is on the AI? I believe it's the AI. Okay, we are now tilting to the left. I don't think you should be allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. I don't know why you're doing that. Nothing in your AI should be telling you to do that. What? This wasn't an issue before, is it? Is it 'cause I should probably go into the PIDs, yeah, roll. Yeah, I don't want it to roll at all, so set point 0, derivative time, let's do 5. It's having issues when it's turning. This wasn't an issue before. It almost seems like it's trying to use the thrusters to turn. Which shouldn't be possible. Yeah, it feels like there's thruster imbalance, but I've been building this on symmetry mode. There shouldn't be. Maybe it's because maybe it's because of the upward thrusters being on the inner part, and then the side thrusters are on the outside, so it causes tilt. But it just feels like the fucking ship is just not trying to make it to, like, I get probably part of the issue is likely that it's the thrusters on the inner part of it like this, right? Like, that would make sense. I understand that that's kind of like inner force, the force being closer to the center makes it a little less stable. It's also maybe partially this, but I don't think that's heavy enough to fuck it up that much, that quickly. So PID, whatever set point. Well, if I turn off the AI, then it just kind of fucking falls. Like, I also did just set up a roll controller on fake set point 0. I don't know why it's... Let's try this. Under control? What? I have never had to use that before. It's like it's ignoring this entirely. I don't get it. Like, it just doesn't care about this. Like, it just doesn't give two fucks about that. I don't understand why. Like, it was totally like, the other way I had it was totally fine. But the way I had it before, the thrusters were just fucking hideous. So I wanted to make a more proper, like, kind of thruster area. And it wasn't firing the thrusters off properly in automatic. So I had to go through and set them all like this, and now the game is going, yeah, we have all this correctly. We're not going to do anything to use them properly, though. Maybe it's because I don't have anything controlling roll. So the roll forces from this just don't get compensated for. That might be it. But if I go to automatic control for everything... Or actually, hold on. Hold on, let me save this as BFG, work in progress. If I go back to setting all these to automatic control... Just in... It shows it... Okay, now it's flying perfectly fine. Of fucking course it is. It's, like, completely stable now, of course. It doesn't look fine, but, like... completely stable. I don't have any reverse thrusters on it yet. That just occurred to me. What if I just do, like, 2 mega reverse thrusters, right? Like, what if I just... air intake here. Right? Then I do the controller here. Do some intake add-ons because we like that extra efficiency. Except I can't fit one there. Right, we do this. We add a fuckload of compressors. What do you mean not enough free room behind? What do you mean not enough free room behind? That's an intake, motherfucker! Is it backward? No, that's not backwards. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh god, it's doing this shit again. Jet controller. Yeah, that. Why does it do this? Just randomly jet controllers just don't work and they will decide that they are not facing the right way. Like, and now you, okay, now you're facing the right. Fuck you. Fuck you, game. Sincerely, fuck you sometimes, game. And now it's doing it again! Why do you hate me? Oh, I think that was... Okay, yeah, no, hold on. We'll do... Oops. There we go. 3, there we go. We'll do... Actually, hold on. I don't think I think all I have to do is just this middle one here. So all I really have to do is air, ducts. Just do the heavies because they're reliable. They look a little ugly, but whatever. Okay. So you are... what are your automatic controls? You're saying... Jets are weird sometimes, they just kind of do their own thing every now and then. So it would seem, yeah. Why are you on strafe? Do you understand what direction you're facing? Why are you saying strafe? What? Like, y'all right makes sense. Back makes sense. Why do you have strafe? Why is that one on full blast? That... No, actually, that makes sense. Okay, let's real quick go back into these. These will boost the efficiency of the intakes. I don't think they'll actually do too much because they're into a wall, but I'll take whatever I can get. Yeah, so efficiency bonus there, that should increase thrust further. Okay, now are you... So, with these reverse thrusters added, does this thing know how to stop? Probably not, because I'm pretty sure it's trying to go to the middle of the map. And it is... Actually, hold on. Let me go into the PIDs real quick. Forward, back, derivative of 1 second because you take... Actually, let's do 5 seconds, because you take a while to do anything because of your size. That's fine. Big ships are like that. I don't really know how I'm going to make this thing actually, like, function the way I need it to, but you know what? I also don't fucking care. I guess the next important thing is gonna be testing whether or not it's strafing thing works. What's a good ship to test this on? Something slower. Let's see here. Something that's kind of slower. How about a Bastion? Sounds like it's big and slow from the Onyx Watch. See if this works. So, our... Yo. Oh, right. Hold on. Actually get to a point. Make it to a point, but it'll likely just drive a circle endlessly. Next to that's messing with the AI movement complete distance. Gotcha. Okay. Now the issue is it's not rotating nearly fast enough compared to the strafe that we need. Well, actually, hold on. So if I'm using all weapons, as long as it's able to shoot the enemy, like, I don't think it matters that much. I love these stupid ass guns, though. Yeah, if you couldn't tell, this thing is a... I have not put a single thought into making this thing seriously, like, practical or anything. I just want this thing to be stupid and funny. Because this thing is loosely based off of, my main kind of battleship, called the Bob.
Listening.
The Bob, basically took me all through my first attempt at the campaign. So... this thing was kind of going to be the Mark III kind of resurrected, or like, not resurrected, like, improved iteration of it, because I went from a Mark I to a Mark II, which I guess I'll show off for a bit while this thing tries to figure out how to stop somewhere. I don't know why it's going so slow. Oh, probably because I had it on manual control. There we go. Giant impractical ships are just cool, so you get it. I attempted... these when it came and ruined your economy doing it. Fair enough, yeah. Because right now, this... okay, so real quick, I'm going to go ahead and just since got this working again. BFG, work in progress, there we go. So, there we go. So yeah, this thing right now is nearly 2 million materials. Let me give you a little demonstration. So, let me first show off the Mark I Bob here. The Bob experimental. I don't remember what the experimental was. Has no... that was probably some AI stuff that I had. But yeah, so this is the Mark I Bob. This was the first iteration of it. It was designed to fight the Gigawatt from the Lightning Hood. It's a front-sider, kind of like side-strafing ship. Except, apparently, in this iteration of it, I never set up the side-strafing. Wait, hold on, I'm selecting, I've selected the wrong ship, hold on. Nope. Right, no, yeah, no, apparently I just never did that. Huh. Yeah, so this is the Bob. It's got some smoke dispensers in the front of its frontal kind of hull here. It's entirely, its hull is made of entirely, basically, slightly modified prefabs. We've done that, there's so many things to talk on this game, yeah, for real. Yeah, so this is made up of two... the front is two of the, I think it's the Gaunt ship hulls. Yeah, it's two of these Gaunt ship hulls on the front. They've been slightly modified. Yeah, you can see it's the same shape. And then the rear of the ship is, I believe that is a modified Dreadnought hull B or A, I think. It's one of the Dreadnought hulls that I kind of modified a little bit. You can kind of see the width and the coloration, of course, too, because this kind of came with it. And so this thing was, again, it was designed just to fight the Gigawatt, which I had kind of caught a glimpse of. So real quick, I'm going to turn off your stuff. I'm just going to have you... wait, no. Turn off your stuff. You stay there. You'll just do your thing. So I'll show you just an example of how this thing does against the Gigawatt. For a good bit, the Gigawatt was the largest ship I had seen. Yeah, this thing's got some pretty decent firepower. It has a front armament of two 100mm pure AP cannons on these. I'll show off the weapons. These ones fire at 365 rounds a minute. There's two of them on either side, or there's one of them on either side. And again, it's purely AP. It's just pure armor, like just consumption. And it's got a tracer to help keep it really nice and accurate. Oh, missile. And they are kind of just like the help weaken stuff up. Then we have these guns, which never really saw a good kind of like final iteration, but these are two 200mm cannons that I believe the shell on this is a cry for help, honestly, because this thing's shell was, yeah, AP frag on a 200. Yeah, this shell, I think, was kind of a cry for help. If it helps, I don't really know anything about frag. I don't use frag typically. But it is a 16 count for the fragments. Damage per fragment is 3,029, and the cone angle was 60. And these things fire at, I believe it was, yeah, 46 rounds per minute. And they were... They existed. I can't say I've ever noticed them be too useful other than just continuing, just like a nice constant bit of extra damage. And then we have the main piece here. We have the 500mm railgun. This thing fires APHE. On this version of it, I believe it was just pure APHE with a fin and a depth fuse I did set up. But I fucked up the first surface time. So this thing basically, AP frag is perfectly fine. Use those extensively. You know, if you're using AP, you like to move faster for better penetration. Yeah, that makes sense. As a meaty HE shell. Yeah, this is our rail cannon shell here. 500mm, big rails, flies 1,600 meters a second. Has a combined KDAP of 2,252,000. Only 41 armor pierce. Not the best. But it wasn't terrible. It did its job. But again, the depth fuse was fucked up on this. I never touched the timer. So this thing basically detonates on surface. Most of the time. Why am I in delay? It also, as you can tell, fires pretty slow. Yeah. It fires, I believe this was, yeah, 9.7 rounds per minute. Not the fastest firing, pretty small barrel. Yeah, it can kind of pen somewhat deep into it. It can go through, like, maybe a meter or two of armor before it detonates, because of the timer. The first iteration cost 591,000-ish materials. Here, let me just make sure. Yeah, 591,000 materials. And it can reliably kill the Gigawatt. It's gotten the kind of plenty of shields. It's got enough smoke to help reduce the damage. We also have some anti-missile missiles. I think these are just the Piranha interceptors, I think they were. Yeah, I think this is the Piranha interceptor array, just a bunch of them. Yeah, it's just a bunch of the Piranha interceptor arrays, which I'm quite fond of. They work pretty well. Yeah, the hull is basically entirely heavy armor. It's got a couple particle cannons. It's got 5 particle cannons that I just put on. It's the Zirvin model prefab. They're all, I believe, on this one, EMP only. The just basic EMP, 8 second, 75% focus. I don't think I fucked with them. Except for this one. This one is explosive shock on full, like, just one hit. Or just full one shot per, like, 30 seconds, but full damage. They didn't really do much. This thing's max speed, I believe, going forwards was... Let me figure that out here. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it was... Yeah, 85 meters a second is its top speed. that's when I'm controlling it. So out of combat, or out of action, it can fly decently fast. It's got 2 frontal thrusters, and then 2 more on the inside that I managed to cheese in, which okay, no, they are parallel. It's got some self-built steam engines, except not these ones. This one, I think it was actually one of the prefab ones that I managed to get to fit in there. I made the large steam boilers for the batteries so that the railgun had enough power. The railgun is set up in here. It's not the greatest. It's barely armored. All the turrets in this iteration are single block necks, which I'm sure you can see the flaws with. Even the 200s, even the 100s, all single block neck. Ironically, the 100 probably has the best armor out of all the turrets on this one, because it has something protecting the neck directly, basically. They're all very easy to kill. Deadly explosive shock on those don't do much. On the submarine, as explosions get a bonus in water. Water doesn't? I did not know that. Interesting. Yeah, it was... Yeah, no, it was... I remember building this. Someone else who was familiar with the game went, oh god, 1 block neck, it's going to be so easy to kill those. I was like, if it becomes a problem, I'll deal with it. And it actually did become a problem for a while. The biggest issue this had before I fixed it, which this is actually a model that has it fixed, I believe. Also, yeah, this is the AI core, by the way. 2-layer thick of heavy armor into the AI core, which is like just this. It's so bad. No, it's got EMP protection. It's got a bunch of surge protectors. I've actually never had a ship get EMP'd except for one specific ship, and I'll show you it. I haven't touched the thing in ages. It was my first plane. It's silly. It works against only the Deepwater guard, and that's it. But I'll show you that in a second here. Yeah, this thing is, well, it's not terrible, but it actually went through the lightning or the white flare pretty well as well. The biggest issue this thing had, right, that's what I was about to say. The biggest issue this thing had was, for a while, its PIDs were fucked up, so when it would spawn, if it spawned at the wrong height, either slightly too high or slightly too low, its hover PIDs were fucked up, so it would just fall into the water and sink. So that was one of the things that got fixed on model. But yeah, it's not the greatest thing, but it's not terrible. There's also a whole detection thing back here that I just never got rid of, I guess. But yeah, as you can see, needs a lot of work. And when faced with something such as, oh, I don't know. I just saved you, so go away real quick. Find the worst offenders spamming either EMP particles or EMP missiles are the Grey Talons and Scarlet Dawn. The campaign craft don't spam too much. I see. Yeah, say we go to the Grey Talons, like you mentioned them just now, and we go to what became my nemesis after encountering it, the Hobgoblin. So typically I would engage enemies from about 3 kilometers out with this thing. It gave the railgun a good amount of time to get a couple shots out at the enemy from a distance before we were really in danger, so I'll just let this happen, and you can see what happens when I encounter my first, like... well, yeah, you'll just... Now, I will preface, there's been like 1 or 2 tests before where somehow this piece of shit kills the Hobgoblin, but yeah, you'll see that it's not commonplace for that to happen. The railgun's already not shooting. I think it got necked. Or something got killed in it. Ah, yeah, one of the rails got knocked out, so it can't fire anymore. So yeah, now the railgun's out of action. It does have a lot of self-repair mods, though, so that's one of the main reasons this design survives as much as it does. I'm pretty sure these are heat that the Hobgoblin fires. Yeah, like, it does decent, and then it fires those, and there goes the entire front half of my one of my ships, and down I go. I don't even know what it just killed. All I know is now we're dead. Yeah, because all of its thrusters are just single large ones, or the small ones. I don't even know what just got knocked out that caused us to sink. I think it's the engine? No, the engine's fine. I don't even know what the fuck just made us fall, but like... Oh. That'll do. Yeah, so there goes. That's actually the most painless way I've seen this thing get killed by the hobgoblin. Let me get this thing out of the water real quick here. Hobgoblin, where are you at, buddy? I'm bringing him back out of the water for you to hit again. Because I know you're not done with him yet. I need to demonstrate the more brutal way that you kill this. So let me repair the hobgoblin as well for whatever damage. Yep, there we go. And now... There goes our 200. Yeah, this is more average for what we normally see when the hobgoblin fights the Bob Mark 1. Is railgun dies, 200s get ripped apart. And then now that the railgun's dead, the railgun has a two kind of like point purpose. No ammo ejectors. I have never used one. I have never used them before. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of saw them, went, makes the thing safer. I'm not gonna touch them. And I'm not gonna learn from any mistakes. I'm not going to use them. If the enemy die before they can shoot anything too important on my ship, I don't need them. That's kind of my philosophy, but yeah. So now that the railgun's gone, obviously, it has a perfect shot straight to where the AI is. And then also, now that the 200, some of the 200s are gone, now it has really good access to the single meter of heavy armor protecting the engine bay stuff. This is much more like what I wanted to be seeing here whenever I talk about how much the hobgoblin kicks this thing. There it is. I thought that shell hit the fucking AI hub, but it's not. Yep, now there's a hole in the AI hub. There's another hole. I think it doesn't do terribly against it. It does remove a little bit of armor. But, unfortunately, not nearly enough. And there we go. Oh, wait, no, not yet. Yeah, no, that's one thing my builds have always kind of had. Once I built, like, my first functional ship, my builds have always had an air of absolute stubbornness to them. They are typically pretty hard to actually put down for good. Up until you kill the brain. Yeah, but that's kind of how that normally goes. Let me go ahead and get rid of this. Yeah, so the Bob Mark 1 made it to the Great Talons. It went through the Deep Border Guard, the Lightning Hood, the White Flare, and then got stopped by the Great Talons. So, once I encountered the Hobgoblin and had a really frustrating stream where we just got our ass kicked by it a bunch, I spent a couple streams and giving it an upgrade. And as you can kind of see already, you know, it's looking a little different in just this mode. This thing costs over about 200,000 materials more than the Mark 1. Just a little under 200,000. The Mark 2 got some upgrades. Improved PIDs for better responsiveness. More thrusters so that even if it goes a little too low, it can use thrusters and propellers to get back out of the water, at least not sink all the way. It has, as you can see, spaced armor on the top of the decks. I set up, it's not the greatest configuration of spaced armor, it's just metal with some of these in the way, but like, it's still spaced armor. Which it seriously helps its survivability. The cannons have a thing called an upgrade. I believe these ones actually, yeah, the 100mm got a very small upgrade just to their fire rate. But another additional shield, spaced armor for both the front deck and the rail cannon deck as well. I believe I upgraded the engine. No, the engine's actually the same. I added some missile arrays for offensive missiles, not just defensive missiles. I increased some of the protection on the thruster bays in the back. I believe I upgraded the forward and side thrusters as well. Let me see, was there anything else in here I did? Well, also what I did, I'll go in here. I added a lot more protection to the AI core, as well as upgrading the AI core itself. It now has an extra space of metal on the interior. It's got, I believe I made a little, no, I think the external parts of it, but yeah, it's got spacing of metal on the inside. It's just a pretty good bit safer. As you can see, I raised and beefed up the turrets on the top deck. I'll start from here. So the 100mm got about a 20 round per second fire rate increase. They fire a decent bit faster. The shells stayed the same, but they just fire a little faster. I believe the shells fly slightly faster too now. The 200mm cannons got also about a 20 round a minute fire rate increase. These now fire at about 65-66 rounds per minute. I don't know why they're not firing at the same rate, but I think I have them set to the same. They also have full neck with fully armored neck. The armor is built onto the necks themselves. Their internal components are mostly shielded with armor as well as adding in some additional armor stuff in here. I only had like one wall in here. More efficient APS Tetris. Yeah, I did kind of rework them slightly, to make them work a decent little bit better. Yeah, so they can take. It's a little harder to kill those now. I believe I improved the armor in the very front as well. I'm not sure. I don't really remember. But yeah, then of course, you know, the spaced armor there. The spaced armor in here, I beefed the hell out of the railgun's neck. As you can see, here I have the light. There we go. I gave it a pretty good beefing up. I gave it a couple layers of just metal to protect around the outside. I also protected its internals as well. As you can see, it is completely encased for the most part. The railgun fires 15 rounds a minute now on this one. I believe I fixed the fuse on this as well. Let me go check the ammo thing. I was still using these APS ammo controllers here. Yeah, no, the fuse got fixed to where they can the shells actually get into the enemy before they detonate. Almost, yeah, almost double, yeah. The shell itself did not receive any major upgrades or changes at all. It's pretty much the same shell except for the fuse being fixed. But it just got some serious upgrades. I upgraded the armor on the turret itself. The barrel is longer now for better accuracy, same with the 200s. They're no longer snub-nosed. These particle cannons didn't really get anything. These missiles are all explosive with slight thumperhead and slight reinforcements. They're just pure damage missiles, basically. And I believe I also did add this little array of upward thrusters here as well for a little extra balance and upward thrust. And yeah, so this thing is what carried me through the rest of the campaign for the most part. There's one other iteration I want to show off, but this thing pretty reliably can 1v1 the Hobgoblin now. With its increased fire rate, its increased armor. You can definitely hear the 200s firing way faster, which I think, actually, before we continue this fight, the 200s, I did change the shell of... You can see already that these took a little shot here and stopped it from getting detonated, though it did rip some of the armor off. The Hobgoblin, I found, is just a absolute bastard to deal with. Like, this thing is hard to stop the shells of. Let me go in here real quick, because the shells for this thing became less frag and AP frag H. This is where they became a cry for help, because I had no fucking idea what to do with them. But honestly, I think I found these shells to be slightly more effective. Weird as it is. They don't fly like any faster or anything, but like I found these to be slightly more effective. Yeah, sometimes though, the Hobgoblin does get some good shells in like that. That didn't even take out the Enigma, so yeah. Looks like we just knocked something decent out of the Hobgoblin. I feel like you get hundreds of different takes on shells. Personally, I think you should use what you find effective at the end of the day. Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, especially those giant fucking diff cannon barrages, those still rip a good bit of armor out. I think this iteration of the Bob also did not have the side-to-side iteration or evasion stuff. I think that's something I actually did in campaign and didn't save to it. Yeah, no, as you can see, the Hobgoblin, it's still very much a RNG fight between these two. Whenever I'm not controlling either of them. Because again, the Hobgoblin, all it needs is for its shells to hit the right spots. The Railgun's out of commission, both their 200s are out of commission. All it's got is its missiles in the hundreds. I have only beaten the easiest difficulty on the basic meter campaign. Right now, I've just been on a bit of a design craze. I'll show off some of the stuff I've made recently. I wanted to take a little while before starting my next attempt at the medium difficulty. Just kind of learning learning how to build better, basically. Yeah, as you can see, even if it's only just the 100s firing out, because of their just sheer armor pen, they eventually do rip through some pretty decent amounts of enemy health. Even if the rest of the ship gets torn to shreds. Yeah, yeah, there it goes. Yeah, typically, though, I will be in control of a Bob, especially if it's a one-on-one. I will be controlling the cannons. Just because, at the end of the day, there's no better way to kill an enemy by controlling the guns and firing at it yourself, if you ask me. Because, yeah, it's, now just a matter of the missiles going in. And, just slowly working on it. Or, the other thing is just letting it self-repair. Because the other thing about the Bob is I pack it with way more materials than it actually needs for combat. So that it can repair itself in combat. Because typically, what'll happen is something like this, where it'll lose a gun, or its guns, if it's fighting a more dangerous enemy like the Hobgoblin that's able to just, every now and then, just put shells through every single weapon system I have. Yeah, this is honestly... I don't think... Yeah, no, I don't have them flying at the cram shells. I have tested against this thing's cram shells. They don't die to missiles. I have never been able to kill these things with missiles. I struggle to do it with Sea-Whiz guns. Like, these cram shells this thing fires are thick. And also, yeah, no, I never had them on for crabs anyways, but, like, I've tested with the Piranha systems. They don't work against these shells. At least, not reliably. They might kill one. Yeah, no, this is... honestly, kind of an upsetting rendition of how the fights normally go. So I'm gonna go ahead, prepare the bomb, and get a new kind of demonstration in of what happens when I control the guns. I like how while I was paused, I clicked and then I saw the fucking railgun shell spawn. So I learned that this thing's AI core is a headshot kind of thing. I just gotta aim for the head. Fire at the view, basically. Let's see. Surprised the Railgun survived that. Really goes to show that the space armor would. For anti-munition missiles, is to use 4-piece missiles, only variable thruster, APM guidance, turning thruster, fins, anti-munition. Yeah. I've just been kind of, I don't know, dealing with cram shells has not been my top priority, because I've been working on ships rather than, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, this is the issue. Like, whenever I try to show this off to a new person, fucking Hobgoblin does a backflip apparently, will just get the most godlike aim it will ever fucking demonstrate. It also doesn't help that the bomb, for some reason, this iteration of it didn't save its evasion stuff. Which it should have. Was that not? Actually, now that I look at it, I don't think the bomb has that. Yeah, no, like, the usual way it goes is like this, though. Typically, we either kill the AI or it just falls over because we knock out the top of its thrusters. Yeah. It's just... This is one of those times where the Hobgoblin just fucking snipes every single weapon component that we have. Yeah, the Mark II, though, it carried me through the rest of the campaign. It put up a good fight against most of the Scarlet Dawn stuff, though I did have to make one other thing. When I met the Twin Guard, I discovered something that, my APS guns didn't really work against them. So I made my first laser craft, a modification of the Bob Mark II, that has twin lasers. These lasers are stupid. So, this thing has better frontal armor, because I took out the 100mm and just put fucking walls of armor all through where it is, and then I have the turret thing here, which is also really well protected, which goes up through here and into the turret. Lasers to fight the Twin Guard. Shenanigans is warranted, yeah. This is the laser. This is what is originally the 500mm cannon's kind of like compartment. This is now full of laser. Let me go find the heart of it real quick. I think it's here. No, it's here. There it is. Yeah, so this laser has a total firepower of 168.84. It has a sustained damage of 7,443 per second, with 113 intensity. It's a pretty powerful laser. And then, because of the barrel that it has, it takes until 4,000 meters away for its damage to be under 75%. These things are stupid, and they work really well. They also have really good traverse speed, because I made them out of metal. Yeah. These things do quite well. Hey, Vol, welcome in. Hope you do good. Thanks. Good night. Hydrate, you got it. The turrets are a little easy to break, because again, they're made out of metal. But they are still pretty solid. I think this one, though, yeah, for this one, I did have to actually remake the engines to increase our engine power, because we didn't have enough engine power in the old iteration for the lasers, so I had to increase their strength. I'm still learning steam engines. I'm still trying to still getting better at making them. But yeah, no, these things tear apart small craft like no one's business. These things have been quite nice. They're also fantastic against helping with the Scarlet Dawn, especially their spacecraft. Let's see here. What's a good ship I can kind of give a demonstration on these with? Vanguard. Let's do the Joy. I think this is what I've seen before. Yeah, the Joy's the fucking drone. This fuck ass. I don't even know if this thing has a gun. Like, I have never seen if this drone can fight. Oh, it has missiles that fly at like 2 meters a second. Yeah, this thing's lasers are pretty powerful. The only issue is, I think it also has an underslung turret? Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, no, as you can see, even though it's got this little stupid ass shield, like, it can't stop it. The only issue is its accuracy sometimes is not the greatest. I never was able to figure that whole work of this thing out. Yeah, as you can see, even though it's got the shield constantly being repaired, it's slowly melting through it. Yeah, it just goes through. What I find a little bullshit is the fact that the shields the repair things can repair faster than the fucking lasers can damage. But then I realize I can just target back here, and then it's like, oh, it's okay though. If you're doing hit scan weapons, only like laser impacts, you go into Q menu for detection, set the tracking 1.0 from its or 0.1 from the standard. But they won't leave the target. Oh, gotcha. And now we can just do this. Because unfortunately for the enemy, it's stupid and hovers slightly back end up so that it can't actually keep itself safe behind its own shield. So yeah, as you can see, even if it takes a little while, it doesn't stand a fucking chance. And down it goes. No. Right, I forgot this thing just flies like it's already about to fall out of the sky. There goes the shield. Let's see here. Yeah, it's fine though. I'm just gonna tell it to drill through the middle. Yeah, this thing just punches holes straight through the enemy, though. I love it so much. Like, it can just drill through so much armor. Like, the only issue is just how twitchy the lasers are. Like, if they could just sit still and focus on a spot, it'd be great. Like, I don't know if this is normal or not. Like, it doesn't feel like it should be normal, but, like, I don't know. I see all the other lasers I encounter doing it, so, like, I don't know. Maybe it is. But yeah, once we get rid of the annoying fucking repair shield, it just kind of is just a matter of just drilling through it until it explodes. Is that the AI up there? No, those are missiles. I don't actually know where the AI is in this thing. Or that would be fixed by changing the tracking, but would still be inherent instability. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, now it's just a matter of drilling straight through it. And also having the missiles help is also always helpful. And I realize now I can just cut the fucking propellers off and let it sink into the water. There we go. Yeah, so this is the Bob Zapper, I called it. And this, alongside of the Mark II, were kind of like my two main ships to get through the end of the campaign. Which we ended fighting the Scarlet Dawn in a massive battle that nearly made my old PC cry for mercy. I wonder if I could run that on this PC, because I just got a new PC for my birthday for my family, which I was not expecting in the slightest. But yeah, so there's a couple other things which I will show off real quick, just honorable mentions. Before the Bob, my previous main battleship was actually the Gregor. So we start with the Greg, then we had the Gregor, and the Gregor is... I'll just show off this design. The Gregor was a prefab hull design. Like, I did not make a single one of the guns on my own, except for these stupid-ass 60mm turrets. It floats decently well. Against the Deepwater Guard, it puts off a really good fight, only against them. Its main propulsion is a single thruster. Yeah, this is, yeah, it's a boat. It uses the triple barrel. I don't remember I think this is, yeah, APS, I think. Yeah. Triple barrel APS cannon here. It's got the missile silo there, the casemate guns, some of these shitty 40mm AA guns. And again, against the Deepwater Guard, it does good. It has spaced armor on the sides. It, has this useless open space that I did nothing with. Has this area above here. It's mostly made out of normal metal with some light alloy. And it does decently. But, yeah, I went from that to the Bob. That was the jump. One other thing I made, though, at the same kind of generation as the Gregor, was the... where is it? Ah, yes, the Penguin. My first plane. This thing can only really fight the Deepwater Guard. But it's a silly little thing. It's really funny. This is usually the best armor in the game. Yeah. It was just a random pocket of open space I never did anything with. Yeah, honestly, the penguin idea wasn't, like, initially the plan, but it ended up kind of looking like a penguin, so I was like, hey, what if we call it the original name I think I thought of was the Paradox Penguin, because it's a penguin that can fly. And then someone said penguin, and I was like, I love that. And this thing can fly atop of, I think, 130 going straight. It's got 2 large missiles on either side. It's got a salvo of offensive small missiles, which if I turn off my headlight here, there we go. It's got 4 of these little silos. It's a nice little fuck with the Deepwater Guard kind of weapon, kind of thing. That can kind of be manually controlled, somewhat. For my first plane, it was good. My second plane is an abomination. Let me introduce you to Jim. I don't think I ever actually saved him as Jim, but this is Jim. Jim is a fucking mistake. Jim is where you can tell I don't know what the fuck I'm doing when I build a plane. It's got 2 large missiles. Like, yeah, because you haven't seen everything that Jim is yet. So it's got 2 large missiles like before. It's got invisible gantries like right here, I believe. Make it a little longer. Yeah. It's made out, Jim's made out of entirely metal. With some metal plates to cover some spots. Jim has a front-mounted 500mm railgun. Or, I don't think it's a railgun. It's really stupid, and let me show you why. Jim is more gun than plane, because it's so lightly armored that you can see inside to its internals. Yeah, Jim does decent damage, so long as nothing's trying to shoot it. If Jim gets shot a single time by literally anything, it pops. But it does good damage until it gets shot. Like, I'm pretty sure it 1v1'd a Scarlet Dawn plane at one point. Not sure, we weren't really paying attention. All I noticed is that Jim was fighting it, and then we went to look for Jim. Jim had run into a mountain, and the plane he was fighting was dead. So we can only assume Jim has an actual kill on an enemy that can actually fight back. Because other than that, Jim was just kind of used for strafing stationary Steel Strider bases that don't have guns. Yeah, Jim, is stupid. I don't think I'm gonna build a plane like that one again. But, aside from that, one of the other things I did, one of my most recent things I've made is the Combustor, which is my first, take on the smallest ship I could make for high maneuverability. And so this thing is going to be what takes me into the next campaign in early game, especially against those like the Deepwater Guard. The Combustor has 2 sets of cannons on either side. It's got 2 118mm guns on the bottom, they're double barrel, and then it's got 2 triple barrel 80mm guns on the top. This thing fires pretty slow. Yeah, this is like my most recent. I put my all into this ship, and goddamn did it end up great. Like, I don't know if I still have the image in OBS. I could probably upload it into OBS here. I actually did a little, like, rough sketch of the idea I had in mind of what I wanted this to look like. Let me see if I can find that sketch. I don't know where I saved it to. I don't know if I saved it anywhere. I gotta... Ah, here it is. So this is a little sketch thing I made of the combustor's kind of shape and layout. So... this thing is a omnidirectional strafe ship that is designed to make the Deepwater Guard cry. I can actually fly it decently well once I warm up a little bit with it. It can fly at about, I think, a top speed of about 100. Yeah, no, it came up pretty well, though, yeah. It's got, its forward thruster bay is pretty hefty, pretty bulky. Forward thrusters are all just the kind of flat single ones. Then in the middle here is where we have our omnidirectional stuff. The rest of the directions we have our downward thrusters are here, here, and here. Same thing with the upward thrusters are here, here, and there, with a couple ion ones just in case it touches the water, which actually keep it from being able to be stuck in the water because it can get out with those. It has a whole line of side thrusters like this, except this one is a large proper full like thruster on the middle, on both sides that go out to the sides, which you can kind of see when I do that. It responds incredibly well. It's only really made out of light armor though, which is how, or light alloy, which is how I was able to get it to be only 56,000 materials. It is my cheapest actual functional vehicle, and as you might guess from the color theme and the name, this thing is an incendiary ship. Specifically designed to bully the Deepwater Guard. It's got a range limit of, I believe, a couple hundred meters. It goes in, its close-in distance is its combat distance is 200. It doesn't fight from far away because of its inaccuracy. It's a side-to-side strafe ship. It's very wobbly, as you'll probably be able to tell. But that doesn't matter, because that's why it fights so close. As you can see, the Penandrum here is having some pretty significant difficulty getting it. And now we go into this, because both guns are incendiary API. And their whole point is just to light the fuckers on fire. And its whole thing is it just bounces all over the fucking place. Sometimes it does this. I don't know why. I didn't set this up to do it. But it makes things miss wildly. So, I'll take it. Yeah, so that's why it fights so close, is because it wobbles around a lot. As well. It's a double-edged sword, but, like, it doesn't really affect us because we're this close and fighting typically larger targets. Though if it aims at the fucking spinning wheel, it doesn't work. That's just stupid to shoot at, but it's okay because it switches its targets rapidly because it might get stuck shooting something like that. Yeah, its whole purpose is just light as many fires as it can and let those do the job while we just slowly buzz around. Like an annoying little fly. Mosquito. And this thing is... I'm quite proud of it. It flies really well. It's very hard to hit, and then I'll give a look into the internals as well, because the internals of this thing, like, really push my limits here to make this thing. Yeah. It's slower firing, but it gets the job done. And because of its cheap cost, its cost looks to be quite effective. Yeah, I'm quite proud of that as well, but yeah, because of its cost, I intend, when I do bring these into a full campaign, I think it just got shot a little bit there. Which, by the way, this is where the vision stuff is in here, on both sides. There we go. I might actually, let's take a look here. So, one thing I want to try doing here. The synchronization stuff. I'm just trying to get it to where it's like that. Yeah, I wanted to do this. I like when guns do this. I think this is more satisfying. I'm gonna lower the fucking, or turn the repetitive sounds back on, because the thrusters in this game are so fucking horrendous. Yeah, I like when they do the alternating fire thing. I hate how loud and... The thruster sounds of this game really, I think, could use a little rework. That or just an option to just turn their volume down specifically. They're so loud and just obnoxious. Yeah, this is so much nicer. Yeah, so while it's bullying the Panandrum, let me give you a look at the shell type here, which I don't even remember. Okay, so we have the API shell, and then we have... I don't remember which one of these. Yeah, so this is the... This should be the, I don't actually remember which shell. I probably could have looked at the fucking set caliber and told you. I figured that out. There we go. Auto ammo intake. This is, yeah, this is the double barrel gun. So the shell is set up as this. It is 5 gunpowder, visible tracer, stabilizer fin for better accuracy. And it's triple incendiary, solid warhead, and then armor piercing head. It definitely changed the firing accuracy on those. What do you mean the firing accuracy? Oh, change the accuracy. What do you like that? Drag it to minimum? Okay, well on this thing I don't really care. This one, it doesn't really matter at all for me. Because, like, again, it's not gonna be accurate. I know it is, I just don't care. Like, I know, I appreciate the advice, but, like, for this ship in particular, it doesn't matter. It's only gonna slow down how fast it shoots. Yeah, as you can see, it's a pretty slow fight. It goes through a lot of its materials when it's solo, trying to take out something that's just pure bulk, like the Panandrum, which it just has a lot of fluff to it. So I'm gonna go ahead and kill this real quick. Because, yeah, so let me go in real quick, and I'll show off... I think it's Shift P? No, I have to be in build mode. There we go. Show off the internal structure here. Yeah, so this is what we got going for the internals in here. So it has a dual steam engine system, which I basically had to optimize as much as physically possible. So it's got each side has a series of 6 small crankshaft, or small pistons. It's got 2 small boilers, 1 medium boiler on either side. It has an RTG and some batteries and stuff in here for reasons I'll get into in just a moment. It's got 1 small turbine and a generator for that. Realizing now that I didn't save the fix for that, or whatever. I don't think it matters like that. But yeah, so the way we have this working here is the intakes are here. We have these vents that allow airflow into the middle here. Which allows them to have enough clearance to go. The AI core is actually in here. Right in these intake pipes here. You can kind of see a little bit of it there. And there's not really much else to it other than just gun. It is just gun. Let me go in though, I'll show off, because what I did, I believe, is I set it so that, yeah, the inner side is for the faster gun, and the outer side is for the slower guns. That's how I kind of spread it around, how I kind of like divvied up the space. Yeah, I used as much space as I physically could. And this is the 80mm guns, the triple barrels. It's got, as you can see, a lot of gunpowder. It's got 8 gunpowder. It's got 1 incendiary, 2 solid war bodies, and an armor piercing head. This one's more for armor piercing, more than incendiary, but they still also are good for incendiary as well. These things fire at, it's 85 or 86 or 85 RPM. Or 86 RPM, whatever the hell I have it set to. The bottom ones fire at 28 RPM. And yeah, it's a really solid little ship. But now let me show you what I decided to do. I think I did this I did this off stream. I have a different iteration of it called the Plasbuster, which is only about 10,000 materials more. This is the first ship I ever learned how to build plasma guns on. And these things are silly. They are 3 bursts after a large initial salvo. And these things are really silly. This one I had to do a lot of work on to get working, because I had to kind of redo the batteries a bit, to the point where now you can see these are armor plating. There are not solid blocks here, it's just batteries. Give it more space, and this is why the other ones have RTGs and just power storage. Even though the default combustor doesn't need energy, it helps supply this one with electricity. And I have another ship I'll show after this, which is also kind of like pairs into that. But yeah, so the little system we have in here, I originally was going to make it a 2-barrel plasma system, but then I realized how much space plasma guns need to be effective, so I set it all up to be all them in one space here. So I set them up like this. They have, let me go into the specs here. They're both the same. These little dudes have a max fire rate limit. Their temperature limit is 100 degrees, and that's what allows us to get the burst fire thing. They use 50 charge for the acceleration of the shot. They fire again in bursts of 3. They're covered in these super coolers here to help them fire a little faster. Both of these guns have just shy of 20 firepower each, which is fucking awesome, I think. Yeah, and I'll give it a little demonstration here. Kind of show off how fast they cool. And then they fire a burst of 3 once they're able to fire again. They go through a shit ton of our electricity, but that's, you know, fine. Been dabbling in plasma recently as a cool weapon type. Yeah, I love plasma. It's been really fun to work with. I want to make more plasma-based ships. But real quick, I'm going to spawn the Penandrum again, just so I can show the kind of increased effectiveness of these. Because what this thing does, it flies in, and then once it gets in range, when first starting combat, it just lets out a burst of 20 of those, 10 from each gun. This thing is really good at piercing straight through, because again, plasma is fucking fantastic at that. And because of its range limit, sometimes it'll bounce up a little too far away from the enemy, so it'll be able to store up a couple extra shots for a larger barrage. So yeah, these two combined work really well. Unfortunately though, it goes through its energy super fast. It's already down almost 100,000 of its energy. As you can see, we have already ripped off a decent bit more of its armor than when it was just 1, obviously. Yeah, these go through energy like no one's business. And now it goes a little too far up, because it can only shoot once it's within 300 meters of the enemy. So whenever it bounces too far up like that, which is its avoidance system, I believe, working. They are really fucking cool to just fly with, though, and just watch a fight from their kind of perspective. It's really cool. It's like one of those, like, arcade, like, shoot-'em-up games. The kind of way they move feels like the cameras in those. But yeah, no, it's already down to 130,000 energy out of its 420,000, which was not intentional, but I think it's really funny that it got that much. Yeah, once it runs out of energy, kind of shit out of luck. Which is why I will bring in our third ship here, that I made out of the combustors. Which is the Combustor Hauler variant, which is only 36,000, but this is a cargo ship. Actually, no, this one... right, no, this isn't the one, hold on. Well, this is a cargo ship variant. It doesn't have any weaponry. It is purely to help supply materials to front lines. And a little bit of energy production. But what I made to help these, which actually is just getting shot now. I just realized this one actually took a whole fucking clamshell through the left side, it looks like. But this kind of also goes to show this thing is durable as fuck because it can lose this much of it. It can lose it almost entirely half of its ship. Totally fine. Don't need it. Damage to the thruster as well. Don't need it. But yeah, there's a ship I built specifically to help these dudes do their work in combat. And it is this stupid ass little thing I called the Rocket Fisher. It's only 14,000 materials, but it is a rocket boat that does not fight. It runs like hell away from the fight at 100 meters a second on average. It's a hydrofoil, rocket powered. And its whole thing is it's just energy generationally inside and material transport to keep our little dudes supplied. We go over to the Plasbuster here, even though it's still a little fucked up, its energy is fully charged again. Mainly because it's actually lost control of it. Looks like it might have taken a little more damage. But yeah. They do get a little fucked up. But yeah, it does have its own little, repair bot. Like a weird super fast tender ship in real life. Yeah, like, its whole thing is it runs like a couple kilometers out and then just stays there. You can see it way out in the distance, just circling now. And its whole thing is it just stays roughly in the area so that it can help supply the combat ships. And that's all it does. It's stupid as fuck and I love it. Yeah, because the Combustors series ships have a singular repair bot on them. As you can see, it's slowly putting itself back together. Yeah. Oh, and that is a little something that these sometimes do, is sometimes when there's too many ships in the area, they will kinda fuck up and run into the enemy. Because they are trying to avoid too many things at the same time. There we go, so we'll just try to... this. Out of the water with you. Come on, get up. There you go. Whee! I love how much they flip around sometimes trying to reorient themselves. You go find the, I think it's about to hit the water again, yep. Yeah, the biggest issue is just sometimes... Wait, is that the... Oh, that's the hauler. Oh, shit. Hold on. The thing I'm going to do with the hauler is I'm going to have this thing sit a kilometer out. That's what I'll have that do. What could you do is... What I could do is maybe change the combat distance from one of those to be like plus 50 meters. Yeah, maybe. The biggest issue is, like, they're kind of... They're totally fine when it's just, like... Oh, there it goes. When it's just about, like, 2 of them, they're fine. And then I threw the third one in the mix and went, run into the Penandrum. And then sometimes you also get a little stuck like this. And here comes the Rocket Fisher hurtling back towards us. I love this stupid little thing so much. I don't think I can properly explain why I love this thing so much. It's just, it's so silly. Like a little puppy. Apparently got hit. Or no, maybe I just missed that block or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's a silly little thing. I should give it repair tentacles. I think actually that's exactly what I'm going to do. There we go. This cute little thing, though. Like, I love it so much. I'm gonna... There we go. I have a better PC now. I can afford the extra particle effects. I just love how fast this stupid-ass thing is. And away it goes! Yeah, now these things have to repair for a bit because they got fucked up. But yeah, so that's the kind of Combustor Series Plus, their support vehicle. They have a pretty solid thing going once I tweak them a little more to not, you know, fucking kamikaze into the enemy. And then there's one other main thing that I've completed recently that I should show off. And that is the, you know, just a cute little platform, you know? Just a cute little 2000 material, little platform, right? It's just this cute little material harvesting platform. Oh, don't worry, I wanted to do this anyways. I kind of hit my limit on building for the night. Anyways, I didn't sleep too well last night, so my creative process is just fucked. Yeah, so we got this little platform here, right? And you might be wondering, well, like, what the fuck's this? It's just a little shitty wooden, like, one laser mining platform, you know? Like, what the fuck's the point of this? We pull it out of combat. Say, for example, I'm giving it infinite commodities right now, but say, for example, it's, in a resource zone. What we do is we go retrofit. We take the platform phase 2. I think phase 2 Mark 1? Ah, fuck, I'll just do phase 3. We take the platform, or phase 2 Mark 1, right? And we just hit up, we just hit retrofit, and then we wait for a little while. I don't know why you're moving. And now we just wait for a little while. And it'll slowly kind of work its way up, you know. It takes a little while. It's only got like one nanobot to build itself. But this is a little self-building kind of platform that I just kind of plop down onto a resource node, build the basic thing, and then just let it do this for a little while. And we're on 10 times speed right now, and as you can see, it's only up to 3% right now. It takes a pretty long time before it kind of like gets stuff done. Up to 4% now. You can see its materials and volume kind of build pretty slowly. Then you notice the number gets bigger, and then it's accelerated a lot. 11, 12, 13, 14. You notice the material capacity it can hold goes up. Its building speed increased a lot because it has reached the point where it has built more of itself, basically. And we'll go ahead and I'll give you a little look at it real quick. Now it looks like this. You know, just a little box, you know. A little box. Full of all sorts of goodies like massive steam engine turbines. Tons of batteries, tons of material storage. And you know, that's 25% done. We'll take it back out, we'll speed it, we'll go back to building it for a little bit. And you know, it's continuing to build at a pretty fast rate. It gets itself a little more material storage, more batteries are completed. 40%, once we get to 50%, I'll show what it's looking like. Because I took a little inspiration from a base, or a vehicle, if you can call it that, from in-game. So yeah, now 50% it looks like this. You can hear the engines have started running a little harder. There's a nice lovely AI core in there. More engines and stuff here. batteries, all sorts of good stuff.
Listening.
Go back out of combat here, or out of action, and we'll just keep letting it build itself up a little more, you know? But basically, are you familiar with the Liberator cannon from the Steel Striders? I like the cut of that thing's jib. I think it's pretty cool. So I wanted to make something of my own like that. And so I did. I'm just gonna show you the full completed thing here. This is the phase... I think I updated it to the phase 2 Mark 1, I believe is what... No, I did the phase 3, which is currently not even complete because it's an armor revamp from the phase 2 Mark 1. So... and once it's done here, you know, we're sitting at a nice, lovely, you know, paltry material cost of 685,000 materials. And, well, I think you can already see where this is going. This is the, yeah, just a small gun, you know. Just a small one. Oh, right, hold on. I remember now what the, difference between the Mark 1 and the Mark 2 was. Aside from a slight increase in cost. And by slight, I mean major increase in cost. Let me pull that out and play real quick.
Listening. Moving out.
Yo, I'm just gonna let that repair itself here. Because I remember now that there were a lot of issues that the Mark 1 started having the instant I would rebuild it, so... we'll just let this take care of itself here real quick. You know, it jumps from, you know, upper 600,000s to 900,000 materials, and there we go. Alright, I forgot about the other thing I added. Why are you moving? Whatever. So, yeah, this is the updated version of it. And by update, I mean fixed, because these cannons had issues before, where they would basically merge. So this thing, I'll just show you the internals. Well, let me not click on that, because it makes me nauseous. There we go. So this is what we're working with here. As you can see, there's a lot going on here, but let me kind of give you the tour here. So up front here, I think the least impressive thing is just this lovely little plasma gun here that fires, I believe it is 24 rounds a minute. Is its fire rate, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. It uses 52 charges per projectile. It uses the stabilizer for better range. It has 317 firepower, does 59,000 damage per shot. It generates 22 charges a second. It's pretty powerful. It's got, you know, as you can see, it's got a lot to it. And this pairs with, down here, we have our, what are these ones again? What caliber did I make these? 348mm cannons out here around the center gun that I'll talk about in just a moment. Where you can see it's got some of the nicest APS Tetris I have ever done. Out of necessity, mind you, because I discovered that the connection points for the APS guns are stupid as fuck. And some of them started merging together, even though they didn't actually have proper connections, just because they were touching each other. So I had to fix that. That was painful. Yeah, so we have 4 different of these guns. They are all firing at the same rate of fire as this middle 500mm cannon. That fires at 24 rounds of... everything on this thing fires at 24 rounds a minute. This 500 has, as you can see back here, a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. And so, let me just give a little demonstration here real quick of what this thing's like to shoot. It's a little silly. All of them fire at the same time, and as you can see, the main ballistic weapons fire like a shotgun. This thing is stupid as hell. let me show you a little something here. So these 348mm cannons, you can find their shell loaders. Where the fuck did I attach them to? There they are. So these 348s fire a sabot head round, that is sabot head, sabot war body, and solid warhead, combined with a lot of gunpowder. They fire at 325 meters a second. They do a combined KDAP of 428,000, but they have 69 AP. Nice. They're pretty solid. They do a decent bit of armor pen, and that's what I want them to do. Hey, Dr. Kreuzer, good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for swinging by. Hello. The railgun itself fires a lovely 16-part APHE, because there is no better way for me to do it. I cannot get away from the APHE railguns. I may one day do a pure kinetic railgun for the memes. This thing has 41.9 armor piercing, 75,000 kinetic damage for a combined KDAP of 30,171,000. Its explosion is 19.5 meters large, 19.5 meter radius, with 20,000 damage. And the shell fires at 1,700 meters a second. Uses a time fuse, which it basically makes it airburst even if it misses a direct impact. And I'm gonna make a God mode because this iteration of it doesn't have the greatest armor configuration. As you can see, I'm in the middle of working on revamping the armor because high armor penetration stuff goes clean through it. It's taking a lot of work. I don't feel like messing with it. But let me show you what happens when I say shoot the hobgoblin with it. It, as you can see, chunks a lot of the armor really fast. And let's say I fire over here. And the 500 misses. Well, it didn't that time, but let's say we fire here. And the 500 still doesn't miss. Hold on. Boom. It still air bursts and potentially does a little damage instead of completely missing. Yeah, as you can see, this dumbass gun has a decent bit of power to it. Even against the brutal front wedge shit that is the hobgoblin. It's pretty stupid. It still has a little work I need to do to make it also not die easily. As you can see, it's, yeah, done. Dead. AI's gone. It is pretty stupid. And again, it fires this fast. No, they're synced up. The plasma fires at the same rate as everything else. Oh, as in speed? The plasma... It flies at... Yeah, it flies 500 meters a second slower than the APHE shell. Just because I had to kind of min-max where I made what I did with the energy usage, because this thing goes through energy really fast. It does not have enough energy generation for its own shit. So I didn't want to put too much more energy into the plasma, because it already absorbs a lot of energy. If you have the capacity to make plasma faster, you can blow a hole in the outer APSTP internal? Maybe. But I really don't have the capacity for it. It's just, at this point we're using so much. Yeah, I get you there. Yeah, no, it is just a hefty fucking thing. Yeah, that's one of the other most recent things I've made, aside from the work on... Okay, I'm not going to subject you guys to this abject failure that came from the deepest, darkest recesses of my mind, unless you consent to it, because this thing's fucking abysmal. This is what originally I tried to make into the combustor, was small but nimble, but eventually just spiraled out of control, like my addiction to coffee. Like, do you all want your eyes to bleed tonight? Because this will make them bleed. Let's do it. Alright, that's 2 people. Okay. Sorry in advance. I don't know what came over me when I made this. This is the Pima King. Pima meaning pain in my ass. Behold the horrors of this disgusting thing. It's horrific. I know. It's, probably the worst thing I've ever made. This thing eventually just became an experiment. Like, at one point I just gave up and just started trying to experiment on a lot of different stuff. So I'll go from the bottom up, I guess. So first off, we have our front gun here, which I don't even think I'm in control of right now. Let's just do... Oh, I'm not controlling the right vehicle. There we go. So this is... Our front gun here is a... What was the caliber? Oh yeah, 88 millimeter, 784 round a minute. I think this is pure AP. Let me get through the horrific armor configuration on the inside. Yeah, with a 20-part shell. It flies out. It's a railgun as well, by the way. It flies out at 1,700 meters a second. It's Sabo solid warhead. Its fire rate's a little fast. It does great at shredding through armor, as you can probably imagine. Why aren't you shooting? There we go. There we go. It fires decently fast. That's its main kind of ornament. The plan was to make something fast-firing, good AP, but really nimble. But small. What the combustor was. The combustor was inspired by this thing's failure. The combustor is what I wanted this to be, but then it just kind of went out of control. Then we have a bunch of missiles, which I think are these ones. No, these are the missiles. So these are... Fuck if I know what I made these missiles to be. I don't even... These are interceptor missiles up here, attached to these turrets. These were my first attempt ever at making Sea-Whiz guns. And they fucking suck, by the way. Don't worry about it. They don't do anything. They're awful. They can't really even kill missiles. So I'm just not going to talk about them. They are an absolute failure in every way, shape, and form. We have a lot of different missile systems. Let's see, which ones are these? Yeah, these are the back missiles. Yeah, no, this thing is just... it's a failure in every way. It hurts me to even look at, much less show this thing. Like, this is my shame. Like, I am ashamed to show this off. This thing is like an absolute fucking failure. Like, it, I guess I'll show it off against, let's do the chorus? Yeah, fuck it, the chorus. Well, actually, I forgot the chorus is a tiny piece of shit. So, what about the repentance? Fuck it. Nope, I have not seen the repentance yet, never mind. Is it the judgment I've seen? Yeah, the judgment I've seen. I think. If not, I don't care. It's similar to other ships. I think no, I have fought the judgment before. I remember the fight against this thing. Yeah, so it, like, in terms of offense, like, it kind of sort of works. Until it falls over for some reason. It knocked out a lot of the upward thrusters up here and makes it fall into the water. Yeah, it's an absolute failure that I don't want to ever talk about again. That thing caused me a lot of pain to make. Piercing packs of the bayonet front side of airships, that kind of tracks. Yeah, that thing is just absolute dog shit, though, and I'm never going to pull it out again. I don't want to ever look at it again. I don't want to think about its existence. Instead, I How about this cute little ship I made? I decided to just name the side booster, or boomster, because I couldn't really think of any other name. This cute little ship I designed in 2 hours. On a 2-hour stream I did. Oh no, this is a modification I did off stream, hold on. Where is it new ship, was it? I don't remember where the hell it is. New boat Mark 1. There it is. So this thing I made in a 2-hour stream. I just wanted to make a ship as fast as I could, so I made a little boat. It's a cute little boat. It's got 3 different guns. All of them suck. But it's meant to just be like a low-level kind of like... just shit ship. For the sake of just being inexpensive and able to fight the other weak stuff. As you can see, we have 3 different kinds of guns. We have decent fire rate, slower fire rate, terrible fire rate. This thing is basically like... I pulled a Deepwater Guard and sniffed some fucking glue to make this thing. But I guess what I can do is I'll just show off against a couple small Deepwater Guard stuff. Because what this thing does, it kind of is like just to circle around and shoot things ship. Let's spawn the river home. The river home. I've tested this against before. Let's spawn the river home. I think it has that giant missile that's going to one-shot us. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think this thing. I'm pretty sure this thing I meant to start closer to us because. Where'd they go? There they are. Yeah, those things one tap. If they hit, though, which, it will. And it only hit the missile. Or the, barrel. Yeah, so what it does is just kind of prods away at the enemy with some slow, decent firepower. What the fuck hit it? What the fuck is hitting it? What? What are you shooting me with? I'm not used to having a piece of shit ship to fight this thing with, like to this. Oh, the cram cannons, right, I forgot about those. Yes, this thing's meant to start closer to the enemy, otherwise it just kind of fails. What was that? Oh, it's blocks. I thought that was like it launching something. Yeah, this thing is... Oh. Ah, that's what you're hitting me with! It is the cram cannons, okay. Nope, okay, those are the big missiles that time. Okay, so River Home's not a good example, because this thing keeps dying to it. Okay, let's, well, first off, spawn closer, because it can't fight from far away. How about the contraband? Yeah, I think the contraband's a decent example. Yeah, it's just a cute little, tiny little, dinky little ship, you know? It's just a little guy, you know? Just a little guy. Got a little bit of glue in his system when I was making him. And he's just a little silly little dude. You know, he's just here to prod away at the enemy, you know? Just poke slowly, you know? It's just a cute little thing, you know? Nothing too impressive. After everything else I've shown on it, it's kind of like, hey, this is boring as fuck. Yeah, it's just something I made in 2 hours. It's, for 2 hours, I think he was pretty impressive, personally. It can kind of fight against the Deepwater Guard. Typically, when I design a ship, I need at least more than one stream to make it, so, like... It functions, and it can fight weak enemies, like... Hell yeah, you know? Is this thing ever gonna shoot again? No, because it died. The enemy died. Yeah, it's got a 118mm gun. It's got a 236mm gun, and it's got a 402mm gun. It's just a silly little thing. I'm happy with it, but it's silly. I don't know why I'm going the same thing. Destroying vehicles. Is there any other ships? Decently functional, quick built craft is great. Yeah. I guess, let's just go back. Which one of these is the more built one? This one is the work in progress. There we go. Back to the BFG, the big fucking... Yeah, so, I remember the reason I went on this tangent is to explain the origins of this. So this thing, now that you've seen the Bob, you can probably see the similarities between the Bob Mark II, especially, or just, yeah, the Bobs, and the BFG, because the BFG is the big fucking Bob. Let me side-by-side it here. Because, yeah, again, I think I mentioned it earlier, so the BFG was meant to be kind of like the Mark III iteration, from scratch built, not like using prefab hulls or anything. Just kind of improvement thing to kind of work out some of the flaws that the Mark II had remaining. And instead, I ended up making a fucking capital ship. At least began to make a capital ship. That is probably going to end up being nearly 3 times as expensive. Actually, no, it's definitely going to be like 3 times as expensive at minimum, because I still have to armor up the these two turrets. Have to get the 3rd turret in, and then I'm gonna build some turrets up here, I think. So we'll get 2 extra turrets back here. I have some other ideas we still need to work on. Holding these, done that before, trying to make an upgrade to a 400,000 cost ship. And the result was like 1.5 million. Yeah, except I'm upgrading a 765,000 material ship and ended up making a currently nearly 2 million material ship. Which honestly I'm not upset about, because this thing has a railgun that fires at 40 rounds a minute for a better shell than the platform gun. This thing's shell is APHE, similar to the platform gun. It's actually more damaging. This is a better shell. Fires faster than anything I've ever made at this size. These 300mm cannons fire slightly slower than our 200mm over here. For being 300. These 300s, I believe, I made them pure AP? Yeah, these things are just pure AP. They deal 1,300,000 combined AP, KD AP. And these are also railguns, unlike the Mark II's 200s are not. And, you know, we also have... So, by the way, in case you've been wondering how many missiles this is, there's 60 of these. There are 60 of those missiles. Also 2 just large missiles that I really don't have any other idea of what to do with them, other than I just wanted large missiles, because why the hell not? But yeah, this thing is gonna be... Like, this is my, like... The Scarlet Dawn have, like, the Gauss and stuff like that, you know, each faction has some of their, like, large, heavy hitter ships, right? This is my... Or, no, not even, like, hardship. This is my god class. Like, I've never seen a godly class ship before, I don't think. Maybe the Albacore? I don't know. If I've seen any godly class before, it's only been Deepwater Guard. I don't even think I have. Like, this is, like, I don't know what a godly class looks for other factions. I've never encountered one. This is mine. I'm also realizing one change I need to make to these turrets is that they're too tall. Got through a campaign without seeing it. Because I played on the easiest difficulty for my first campaign. That's how I did that, Air. I played on the easiest difficulty campaign. I didn't see any of their godlies because, well, I don't think there's a way in hell they would have spawned a godly. I'm also going to be doing this. So I'm realizing that, once I armor this up, if I had it armored up the way it was before, it would have potentially blocked the railgun. It's just taking too long to use the campaign, ran into a bunch of... I took a while to get through my campaign. Like, I literally went out of my way to give, like, especially the Scarlet Dawn, more time to do shit. Like, I went out of my way to give some factions, like, I played with my food. And they didn't fight back. Like, they did not fucking try. Yeah, maybe it's just randomness luck, yeah. So, do we have enough recoil absorption still? Yes. Do we have enough rail use? Yes. Okay, there we go. And that'll make it so that when we armor this up, hopefully the railgun won't be blocked. So, actually, it's kind of looking like it might be still. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna change the shape. Go. We'll do this. Like so. Let's see, your recoil is now falling behind again, so I've got to work on upping the absorption rate again. Bam. 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 How's that? 6,000 too short. Okay. Let's do... what else can I improve? Do... Here? How's that? 30,000. That's actually worse. I hate how many recoil absorbers you need to make an accurate gun. It's so fucking difficult to get these things to fucking work, man. Like, I don't even understand the logic behind this. Like, you can just place them anywhere. I don't get it. It does not make sense to me. I guess what I can do is this. That work? What are we doing on that? 31,000. It's getting a little better. Well, gee, Strun, maybe if you turn symmetry mode back fucking on. Wouldn't that help, you know? If I just turn fucking symmetry mode on. Wouldn't you know it, chat? That might do something good for me. Immediately way more, like, results. Wait, what if I do, hold on. Don't connect as your not connector is on that side. There we go. So we do bam, like that. Go. That. Bam, bam. Oh, actually, yeah, we're way good. Hold on. Ah, fuck it, I'll just keep it like that. There we go. And then rail use needs to be the rail charge speed needs upgraded, but that's really easy because now I can just toss them in there. And then I'll just have to make some really wild looking fucking turret for this. There we go. It's gonna be a really interesting looking turret, but whatever, you know. This will hopefully make it so that, yeah, this will not cover nearly as much of the railgun. There we go. Okay, before I lose my mind even further, let me turn the reduction back on. And now I'm realizing that we have gone past 10 o'clock. Whoops. Okay, whatever. It's fine. We nearly got back to a full-length stream. It's okay. Alright. Yeah, I think that's gonna be good for the night. We got a decent bit of work done on this thing. And by that I mean, I really didn't do much other than kind of work on the guns a bit. Delete most of the work I did. Then blabber on about my other ships. But you know what? That's a good From the Depths design stream to me. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and end there for the night. Hope you all enjoyed tonight's stream. If you're new here, I know we got a couple new people who said hi. I stream every single day, 5 to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my usual hours. Oh, Aaron, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the guild. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just had a notification I was reading real quick. Yeah, I stream every single day, 5 to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my usual hours, p.m. I was a little late today. My body was having a little disagreement with me, and it decided to make me not able to come stream at a normal time. But you know what? That's just kind of what happens sometimes. Let me see here. If you're new here as well, check my about section links to my YouTube, Discord, and Blue Sky, and Twitter, or whatever the fuck else I have down there. I don't know. Yeah. I think that's all the normal stuff. I'm a little out of it today. Hopefully I'll be a little bit arrested tomorrow, because holy shit. Let me see here. Is there anyone else streaming the game right now? No, I am the only one streaming From the Depths, sadly. If there was someone else, I was gonna raid them. Let's see here. Let me think here. I'm not gonna raid out tonight. Look with my future builds, great fun seeing what you made. Well, thank you, appreciate it, yeah. It's been really fun, I will say. Kind of getting into From the Depths and streaming it. Because pretty much everyone, bar one exception, has been incredibly awesome, from the Depths community. There has only been one negative interaction I've had with members of the community, and I don't really think that really speaks for the community, because it's one person versus the... Let me see, how many different people have came into my chat for From the Depths and talked about From the Depths? A lot more than one. So the From the Depths community, y'all been awesome. I've been enjoying the game greatly. I can't wait to get into the medium campaign. I'm probably going to start that once I complete the BFG. Because other than that, the only other things I have in mind is like maybe doing some slight modifications to the Mark II, but I really am only going to do that if we start having consistent issues with fights with the Mark II. So yeah, that should be. I think I'll be able to finish the like functionality of the BFG by the end of next design, like the next full stream I do. If tomorrow isn't going to be a full stream, depending on if my body wants me to be able to do so. So yeah, hopefully we'll have that done by tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to probably be a lot of just kind of functionality while looking good kind of stuff, kind of design stuff. Turret armor, the thrusters, the thruster-based stuff. Some other weapons I want to design on it, because there's one weapon I have in mind that I really want to fucking do. There's one that I think is just going to look so fucking sick if I make it right. So that is hopefully going to be awesome. But yeah, so yeah, no raid again tonight, so thanks again for swinging by, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow, probably for more From the Depths, because I'm fucking addicted. And I'll see y'all next time. So until then, everyone, take care, stay safe, stay healthy, all that good stuff. And I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everyone.